take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time.
ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا مين مروان بين يلبط فوت الهادي حب النيد ما تكونش في الحضان يعطيها تقول لا هي للاحلام.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It is time for us to get into our third day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. And we're back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. We've seen over the previous 2 days that we had teams like 1 Million VST leaders and Slime 4KT leading the charge as the teams have progressed through our first 8 games. And of course, as we move on, we're looking forward to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, right? We've also seen Team Myth really stepping up, finding a super synergistic performance over on the second day of play. But as we move into today, we get to see whether or not we're going to be having some new contenders rising to the challenge, or if we're going to be seeing our team situated at the top of that leaderboard, continuing to bring in the dominance. My name is DK, and I'm joined by the amazing Proxy. Now, today marks that midway point of our first week of the fall season right here in PMPL Africa. Do we have anything in particular that you think we should be looking forward to for today?
Well, definitely the continued story potentially of 1 Million Esports, and to see if they're gonna, keep up the performances that they've been bringing and see if they're going to increase that gap. Or are we going to have the rising stars, as you mentioned, Team Myth, Slime 4KT, VST Gaming, even Titan coming back and closing that gap? That is going to be the question. And of course, are the teams at potentially the bottom of the scoreboard actually going to be closing those gaps as well and giving us a more suited performance that we know that they can?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities coming through, but I'd also like to remind our viewers of our socials. So be sure to head on over and give them a follow. And while you're there, tell us what you're most excited about seeing in the season and also which teams you are here to support. Be sure to include the hashtag, as you can see down below, PMPL Africa. And you can do so on YouTube, you can do it on Facebook, as well as on Instagram. And I mean, there's quite a bit of excitement to come in here, right? Looking to see where the teams are going to be going. Today's going to be an absolutely day filled with action all over the place. And I mean, we do have a few breakdowns that we are going to be delving a little bit deeper in towards to get to those. But as, I mean, midway marker, right? We've seen the teams really stepping up, absolutely blowing us away with their performances. And one thing that is standing out quite a considerable amount for me in this season is the level of gun skill that has increased just so considerably compared to what we had coming through in the previous season.
Absolutely. And we mentioned this, the teams that went out during the break to get more experience within other leagues, coming back, bringing that competition back into this league, forcing the rest of the teams as well to bring their level of either gunfights, of stratagems up to the bar that has already been set. And we mentioned that on the first day. It's almost as if we just jumped into the absolute action and we set the bar so high, and other teams, they need to catch up or they need to go even higher.
Yeah, well, I think it's time for us to take a look and see, just remind the viewers again what the format is for this season of PMPL. As we know, there's been a few changes coming through. We have done away with those super weekends. It is now just 5 days of action as our 20 teams do get out. And at the end of the week, we're going to be taking our top 12 teams over on towards Livik for a little bit of additional action to come through there. As we know, the teams are essentially playing to try and acquire themselves a few of those much sought after bonus points. And well, the team at the end of the day, right, they have the potential to acquire up to 80 points to move through into those finals. So there's going to be a lot of rewards for these teams to be performing with that continual consistency.
Absolutely. And we mentioned this before. I mean, the fact that we can have teams take some of the spots into the finals could mean the difference between them making it into the top 6 and not making it at all. We saw very, very close contentious places from last season where literally a couple of bonus points could have made the entire difference between different placements and moving on forward into other opportunities.
Yeah, a lot of that is definitely at play here. But of course, let's take a quick look and see what our calendar is like, right? We are in our 3rd day of our very first week, which means today is Friday. And I'm so happy to see the calendar, so I at least know where we are in the week. But yes, it is our 3rd day of the week. And after today, we still have 2 more days of play remaining. And that would then bring us to the conclusion of our very first week, the first phase. And we can see a beautiful shuffle with those teams come through. And of course, speaking about shuffles, we are going to be having a few other additional shuffles make their way on in as well, right? We are going to be seeing a different map rotation, which we'll be taking a bit of a look at a little bit later on. But, this is a nice format that we're seeing, right? The consistency really starting to build as the teams not only shuffle off those maps, but also kind of where they look to push into.
Yeah, in previous seasons, this would be the weekend that a lot of the teams would really push their final performances or their final forms, their true essence, and showcase what they really have to got. But because every single day counts, because of the changes in format, I'm curious to see how today's teams are going to be performing. Maybe they're still used to the previous formats, but maybe they just needed that short break on Thursday to reset themselves mentally and come back even stronger.
Yep. They could potentially be on the cards. But of course, speaking about what's on the cards, right? Let's take a look at what the players are playing for, what the teams are competing for. And as we know, it is going to be our prize pool. So here's our breakdown once again. The league stage will consist of each team locking in $2,500. Our total prize pool is $150. We know our event MVP is going to be walking away with an additional dollars in the bank. And then, where it's all at is going to be for the finals. Not only are we going to be looking at teams potentially moving through in towards the MEA Championship, but also that first place being worth $10,000.
Absolutely. So top 6 moving through. And I believe the opportunities that you get from going through the MEA Championships does give you an opportunity to, sort of test the waters against some of the other teams and in and around the globe, of course, mostly against the Middle East teams. And it really gives some of these teams a different perspective on PUBG Mobile that they can bring back and better themselves moving on forward. Or perhaps they go even further. Who knows? We don't know. And we don't know what kind of performances these teams are going to bring. But what we do know at this point in time is that we are definitely getting closer and closer to understanding who those first top 12 teams are going to be. But it all starts today. 3 more days left for this first phase, and I think there's a certain trend that's starting to arise.
Yeah, and I mean the trends we are able to identify looking at the points. So we are going to be jumping into the breakdown of that as well as we look at our large map point breakdown as well as over on towards Livik, right? The large maps, it's going to be the tried and tested point distribution, that winner chicken dinner being worth 15 points. It trickles all the way down to 13th to 16th place, where they're not awarded any points, but they can still make up for that with the 1 point being awarded per elimination that the teams are able to acquire as they move in. And we've really been seeing, a few of our teams really capitalizing on the aggression, stepping up, and not only locking in an insane amount of those placement points, but really just topping it off with the extra aggression.
Absolutely. And for some of these teams, that has been the saving grace for them to catch up if they didn't have those days of consistency. And that's what we've been, preaching day in and day out, is that the teams who are consistent are the teams who are going to continuously give themselves a safety net moving into this weekend, so that if you do not have the best of performances, it's fine. You've already set yourself that foundation. But for some of the teams, they've had to really push it in the last few days to close those gaps, to get into, that top 12 position. One of the ways that they've been doing that, and one of the best ways they've been doing that, is those elimination points. So very curious to see, obviously, that beautiful aggression, coupled with that fantastic gun skill that's been, improved over the seasons. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more from that today.
Well, I mean, also another graphic we need to take a look at is our breakdown of teams for this first week as we move on through to see what those groups are looking like. So we've got our groups A, B, C, D, and E. We've already spoken about our new faces, right, coming into this season, being the players there from Titan, TEAMLAG, VST. We've seen Wave, as well as the players then from Legend of War. But, I mean, at this point, there's no more new faces, right? We've already seen them over the previous 2 days of play, now moving into the third day. And this is where we've actually been seeing a lot of a kind of shake-up coming through from the teams that are new to this season, really bring in such a strong effort. And one of the teams that jump to mind there is going to be the players there from VST and then also Titan Gaming. They've been really exceptional across the board.
Absolutely, stepping in and really making a big splash. But even some of our old yet new teams, like Leaders Esports, who obviously had a little bit of a rebrand and a change-up, coming through with a fantastic performance yesterday. I mean, when we started on day 1, we found them in that 10th place with the league results. Coming through from yesterday's results, they came 3rd overall just for that day's results. So massive improvement from these teams, and they really are starting to rev the engines, getting ready for Friday's game. So very curious to see who's going to be coming out on top and giving us a surprising performance.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to that momentum build-up, right? And this is something that is that's quite significantly different from what we had in previous seasons. As we pointed out before, we don't have any super weekends this time around, right? It's just 5 days straight up of gameplay, and the teams will have that continued opportunity to keep on improving, keep on finding what works best for them against the opposition as they shuffle their way on through. But of course, speaking about that, we need to take a look and see what that overall point situation is, right? To get a bit of a better understanding as to where the teams are finding themselves coming into today. And of course, no surprise to see 1 million sitting right at the top there with those 3 winner chicken dinners and 152 points locked in alongside that.
Absolutely massive. But also what's massive is those eliminations that they've been bringing alongside it. I saw on day 2, and I'll speak a little bit more about this later, but the top 3 fraggers just from that day were all from the 1 million team. So you can understand that they have absolutely been pushing these points. But of course, it doesn't just stop there. Slime4KT, VSC Gaming, and Titan Gaming, Seoul Esports, all of these teams have made fantastic performances and surprising performances as well, just out of the blue, dropping those winner chicken dinners and fantastic eliminations alongside them. And I'm very curious to see how these teams are going to continue that momentum moving into today as well. Of course, some of the teams have to work a little bit harder, especially when we look towards the the second page where that top 12 cuts off, who the top 12 who will be going through to Livik will be. But for the teams that have come to this point so far, they've really been so consistent, and what a fantastic way to start the first week.
Yeah, definitely absolutely amazing way to kick off this first initial week. But as we move on to our second page, we can see it's still very contentious moving in here, right? One round, Wave Esports only separated by 2 points. We've got Myth and Virtual Gaming. Both teams on exactly the same amount of points. But this is quite an interesting position to see virtual gaming in, right? We know that they performed absolutely phenomenal in our previous season of PMPL Africa, but it doesn't seem like they've yet been able to replicate that momentum that they had coming into this season of PMPL.
Yeah, it's it's scary. It's questionable, but we also have had those glimmers of hope that really do shine, like virtual gaming. The virtual gaming we know can shine. So I'm curious to see, because they also started a little bit slower in the previous league phases of PMPL Africa Spring, and then they came in with an absolute bang towards the later phases, especially towards the finals, of course. So maybe they're just revving the engines, maybe they're just getting ready, and today might be the start of that. I'm hoping it is. I'm hoping it is. But taking a look at the last page, of course, this is where my heart aches, DK. I mentioned it off stream. My heart really hurts to see the teams in these positions, but obviously someone has to be here. I'm just hoping that these 4 teams will bring that fire today, bring that flame. And yes, I'm looking at Desert Flame Esports. I'm looking at Legends of War and Super Young Stars, who, once again, they start to show that fantastic performance. They start to show what they're made of. And then I don't know where it goes, but hopefully all of these teams are going to bring every ounce of their performance through.
Well, at least not all hope is lost, right? As we know, we're moving into our 3rd day, so there's going to be 4 more maps for each of these teams to try and improve on what they've been doing in the previous 2 days. So maybe, hopefully, today could be exactly the day that they needed to just bring in those improvements, lock in those additional points, and that could potentially see them catapulting themselves further up that leaderboard. And of course, speaking about capitalizing on things, we also have to give a big shout out to our sponsors. So a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So quite an exciting day that we have in store here. And of course, speaking about excitement, right, as we are going to be kicking off the day with a little bit of a different approach, right? We are going to be starting the day off over on Sanhok to see what the teams are going to be doing, getting themselves up close and personal into a little bit of that sweaty action. After which we're going to be moving into the rest of our maps. And speaking about the maps, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with, it's Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And that only means that we are that much closer to getting right into the action, moving on through. Now, before we take a look to see what our maps rankings or map rotation is for the I'm curious to find out what you think we could be seeing across the board.
Again, I have to ask the question, is 1 million going to be taking that first win of the day 3 days in a row? Well, this time it's going to be Sanhok. We don't end with Sanhok, so it's a little bit of a change up, but again, just what a way to warm up these teams. Just bam, on a 4x4 map into the absolute crazy third-party action. So I'm loving it. I'm very excited for this first map. Unfortunate for Group E that they won't be able to have any of that Sanhok action today, but there's always unfortunately going to be one group that's going to miss out for this week. And moving on to the Erangel, Miramar. Yeah, hopefully these teams are going to use it as a fantastic warm-up and bring forth those performances that we are waiting for. But I'm definitely keeping an eye out on VST and Slime 4KT. I feel like they've been starting a bit of a rivalry. Like, they're twinning right now, so close in terms of those points.
Well, I mean, it is going to be an interesting one, right? We're going to be looking to see who will be our team to lock in that first winner chicken dinner. As you've said, 1 million might have their eyes set on bringing in that first winner chicken dinner for the day. But it's all going to come down to how these teams are going to be performing. We know our previous visit over on towards Sanhok was an absolutely amazing play coming through there from Slime 4KT. I unknowingly gave an absolute amazing prediction, which I will not attempt once again. But it's going to be exciting to see what the teams will be doing as they are starting to make their way on through. A very centralized flight path coming in. But as we know, Sanhok, flight path, it doesn't matter all too much. You can still pretty much reach any point on this map. And now we see where our zone is going to be sitting. It is all the way over towards that eastern side with a nice little chunk of that zone being the unplayable area.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are on the screen, we showcased, the most eliminations so far. It's interesting once again to see that all 3 of those players are obviously from 1 million. And it starts to make sense why they are in the position that they are in, why they have created such a fantastic gap for themselves. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to start off that same sort of energy on this map, or if Sanhok will be the turnaround for them and potentially the advantage for some of the other teams.
Well, I mean, one thing that I'm definitely noticing is that we have an absolute insane spread across the board, right? There's almost, aside from Painan, all the other teams pretty much just dispersing themselves super, super crazy throughout the zone. And we've got Darkness, the players there from VST, about to get into a little bit of that early game altercation. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening on that front, but also looking to seeing how the teams are going to be looking to condense their positions as we move through this first initial phase.
I was just about to ask that. I mean, it is a little bit bizarre how well spread out they are. Normally we talk about the spread in terms of the teams, right? But the teams are clustered. The teams are clustered to, let's say, a Camp Bravo or Mong Nai or, a Hatin. They're not they're not spread out as individuals as well. So very interesting strategy coming through today. A handful of teams that have already condensed and are already looking a little bit better in terms of the and we are back to our faces. So
Yeah.
very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much action coming in that we can see the map is even struggling to process everything. It's not often that we see the teams disperse so widely across the map. So, I know that's not really the reason, but it is my justification at this point in time while we wait for everything to get fixed on up. But, I mean, looking at what we had coming through, a very, very interesting start. And I mean, at this point, it makes it so difficult to predict what the outcome of this is going to be because, I mean, we've not really seen a Sanhok approach come in like this before.
Definitely not. Again, we don't know. Maybe the call was already made early and the players just decided to throw us for a loop, or they threw the map for a loop, that's for sure. So we'll have to wait and see how those changes are going to come through and if the teams are still going to go with the same strategy. I mean, it's definitely an interesting one and I kind of want to see more of it, It's just like the new looting phase. Just go to a completely different area to loot.
Yeah, and while you're at it, why not just take every single position possibly that you could be dropping down in towards? But as we did see there, we did have a little bit of a potential altercation coming through from the players there of VST and Darkness. But now we're just waiting for a quick update to figure out what is going on and at what point we'll be moving back in towards Sanhok. As we saw, there was a little bit of a gremlin creeping in somewhere, and that is just the nature of the world, it seems, right? We've got all these lovely technologies, and sometimes gremlins still find their way in. But speaking about gremlins, right? I'm going to be looking to see just what exactly the players from Slime are going to be bringing through. As we said before, they were the team to have a phenomenal performance over on Sanhok. They picked up that winner with a chicken dinner. And it was also at that point where I said, before that match, we saw such a great play from Slime. But as we know, that was their first visit. So already they set the bar and the expectation on Sanhok itself to quite an exceptional mark. But now we get to see whether or not anybody else, or even Slime themselves, will be able to meet that expectation.
Yeah, with day 2, we saw them running away with us. 49 eliminations, total team damage of, I believe, about 9.9 thousand. So massive, massive, points that they're putting up. Reason we find them in second place, only obviously to 1 million. But as I mentioned before, they're also twinning a little bit with VST. I mean, VST 2 eliminations behind them, and I think about 100 damage behind them as well. So that's where I'm posing that question of, okay, who is going to win this race? Because it feels like they're constantly, switching places as we go from day to day in to day out. And I wonder if we're going to get some of that answers today, if we're going to see a bigger gap form between these two, or if they're going to keep this close contention in performances.
Well, another team that could potentially be stepping up on Sanhok and bringing a little bit of a disruption into Slime, right? Could be the players coming through there from Seoul Esports. We've been seeing them just being consistently consistent, right? Over both the previous 2 days, managing to finish up in 5th place respectively so far. And now, as we move over on towards VST and Darkness, we can see that continuation of their assault now coming through as they push forward, find the angle, and this could be the start that Darkness needs to lock it in, and VST reduced down to only one as Zuxi is now left to try and defend.
Look, we've seen Zuxi in literally this exact position before, not necessarily against Darkness, but definitely up for the challenge. Is going to jump down and find 2 almost immediate, this is the second time this has happened 2 days in a row, DK. Second time Zuxi has clutched a 1-on-2.
Well, I mean, no surprise to see such a phenomenal play coming through from Zaxi as we quickly take a look at that replay, the beautiful spray downs coming through. But what we did see in the meantime, right, is as the teams have kind of progressed into the next little bit of the game, they've really started to condense the positions, right? They're not as spread out anymore. A lot more of that, kind of grouping up as the teams are looking to make their plays and get themselves established moving through Sanhok.
Mm. This is a bit more what we would expect, obviously. So, maybe the first map was just a little bit of a fluke, and a surprise to the casters. Maybe it was a warning flag. Either way, we've moved through now, already dropping that first team. So Sanhok, beautiful explosive start, and we're still finding Virtual Gaming and Mad Knight right now in a bit of an altercation. Gaddafi healing off the wounds, literally on the edge, hoping that they will be able to get out of the situation. The rest of Virtual Gaming, of course, is pretty well and healthy, except for One Shot, who is bleeding out on the floor. So, other than those 2 points, Virtual Gaming should be hopefully alright and be able to recover from the situation, because I do want to see a little bit more from them. So, with Mad Knight getting that confirmation, at this point in time, how do we see Virtual Gaming rotating out of this one?
Ooh, I mean, it's going to be a difficult one to really call that, right? Because we don't really know what exactly is going on in their heads. But one thing that we do know is that the aggression between One Round and the players here from Seoul Esports are going to be now really starting to mount up, as it is Rauf just trying to peek underneath the building. They're looking for those opportunities, the angles. It is going to be a quick res coming through on One Round now. But I'm liking this off-position play coming through as well, right? Knight just a little bit further. Well, that's Eflex being positioned just a little bit further away towards the north. Slight elevation that they've got to play off of there. But let's see how this one plays out, right? Because we are seeing a few points of contention coming through, not only here with One Round and Seoul, but also a little bit further away. And unfortunately, Seoul gets taken down. The second team in this match so far.
It's a very weird question. Darkness, I understand, have had, a little bit of trouble starting off, and they picked up those 3 eliminations, so not at all a waste of a Sanhok, but immediately One Round and Legends of War are, going to war over this location. So, an immediate turnaround once again for One Round. They are sitting on 5 eliminations. I'm feeling like these teams have brought a little bit of that resurgence energy. We are getting question marks with teams going out, and One Round starting off really, really good.
Yep, definitely starting off with an absolute banger of a play there. But as we now look to see that second phase take a bit of a shift, it moves more towards the eastern side once again, even limiting the playable area even more so. But as we can see, already situated relatively well towards that Kampong region, right? We've got Lag, we got Blackjack, and of course then the players there from the Super Young Stars, not too far away either. So now our attention turns on to Blackjack and Lag to see what they're going to be bringing on through. We know both these teams have competed against each other numerous times in the Africa region in several events. But now we get to see how they get to kind of play out the information that they've been able to gather on each other.
And I mean, especially here for Lag, running with that duo of One and Gaga, it's a difficult situation and a decision to jump into any sort of engagement right now, especially when you find yourself, a foot down already in terms of numbers. But it will be an interesting one to boot. Arab Golden now jumping into the contention here with Super Young Stars, and so far it's not looking too great for Arab Golden.
Yeah, but Arab Golden, they've also been showing some good determination, right? We have found them in some really interesting altercations in, Erangel and Miramar. But so far, Sanhok, it is going to be a pretty tough run there for Ban, as all the hopes now turn over to Sin, looking to see whether or not they can keep up the pressure. It is going to be Ban confirmed up next. And this is what the Super Young Stars need, right? They need that kind of consistent spray down, locking in the eliminations in order for them to secure a much stronger position on that leaderboard.
Absolutely. Shout out to both Darkness and Super Young Stars, because they were one of the teams that we obviously highlighted as, the teams that need to bring that energy today. So Super Young Stars, obviously still an opportunity for them to go further with those eliminations, but so far both teams tied for 3. So we'll wait to see how that is going to change going forward. Sin, unfortunately, just going to have to play the placement game for the time being, and just being outside of Quarry has a potential to make a good rotation into the zone. We do see a few more teams moving in, with 1 million coming through from the northern side, left to their own devices, DK.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing a little bit more of a separated position at this point in time, and I can't really fault them on that. But what we are seeing, though, are the teams that were situated a little bit lower down on that leaderboard really bringing in those efforts, right? Super Young Stars locked in those 3 eliminations. Now it's going to be the opportunity for the players here from Zero Tolerance to also look to bring in those plays. We know that they've already been able to secure themselves one winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately, they only have 29 points to the name, right? They can really look to bring in more of those, and they are yet to find an absolutely runaway play for themselves.
Yeah, but I do like the fact that we are seeing these teams staying active, that we're seeing these teams, hunting for these engagements. I mean, even Lag right now, they are looking towards those outliers. They are looking towards any sort of stragglers that they could potentially get into something with. They will have to be careful, though, because now they find themselves sandwiched not only between who I believe was Mad Knight, but also now Myth just behind them. So it'll be an interesting decision to try and make moving on forward, though. I'm liking this Eastern zone because it is forcing these teams into some very awkward situations.
Yeah, we gotta love these awkward plays indeed. And now it is gonna be Slime looking to just make a bit of a dash coming in on the edge, but up ahead, VST get taken right on down. Arab Golden Sin also in a little bit of trouble here. They need to find a way or position to rotate towards. It does seem like they are going to be looking to push more towards that southern edge. And fortunately, right, they are on that little scooter. So it is a little bit faster than running. So we could see them actually being able to secure a relatively decent position. But as we can see coming in over on towards that western side, it is going to be the players from One Round and Legends of War getting into a bit of an altercation, with Legends of War now being reduced down to only one remaining player.
Oh no, this is not exactly how they would have obviously wanted this to go through, but Power Boy still in an opportunity here to maybe play for the placement game. One round rotating on back, looking for those stragglers, looking specifically probably for Power Boy here so that they can confirm at least that we are in our top 13, top 12 rather, so that, the placement points are not a danger anymore. So that if you go out, you're not in danger of taking 0 on the scoreboard here. Already building up some beautiful eliminations, sitting on 6. So they
Wow.
have definitely stepped it up.
Yeah, One Round definitely looking to kick off this first round with an absolute, stellar play coming in. And who knows, maybe they could find that play on towards Power Boy. But essentially, it looks like they are going to be trying to just find a good rotational path in towards the zone. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of aggression being shown elsewhere on the map as the players here from One Round continue to play. There's nothing really putting any potential halts to the rotation coming through there from One Round, especially looking at that western side. So it could be a nice, healthy play. But looking at center zone, that is where the congestion is at, right? We got Lag, we got Super Young Stars, we got Myth, we got the players coming in from Mad Knight. We have Puncher and their teammates in there, as well as coming in then from Blackjack. So a lot of contention starting to build up in center zone. And this is where the teams need to be careful, because if you are not too cautious, you're going to get absolutely punished for any of those small minor mistakes.
What's even scarier is that we have some of our resident absolute fantastic teams that have started off with such a bang. They've been quiet. Now they're going to start bringing in those eliminations. I'm looking at Titan Gaming, who up until now hasn't picked up a single one, and now these engagements are going to start kicking off.
Yeah, it's going to be the clash of the Titans. Up they come. The shots now starting to fly in. Molly's all over the place, but Myth also in the swing of things. We can see those third-party hits coming through. Meanwhile, Teak steps up, finds the head up into Wiscola, and that is at least yet another point locked in, right? You were talking about those eliminations being needed, and it seems like they are going to be taking aim at Mad Knight, right? Tyson could be the next target for them, but a very spread-out position coming through here for Mad Knight themselves.
Yeah, looking to get those flanks going in, managing to
Ooh.
cover as many angles as they possibly can, but I mean, these mollies are just so on point. Amawin now in a position of recovery here with the Beast, trying to just keep the numbers intact.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see whether or not those efforts are going to pay off, and will they be able to secure this compound for the time being. Instead, they need to try and, kind of fix up the situation. Amawin is so, well, Well, they've been putting in so many shots, and I'm not quite sure where I was trying to go with that one. I saw the flames and we go like, oh, ammo win is lit. And then I was like, oh, well, I failed at that one. But we know that we've got the Beast also right there. The Beast also being quite a formidable player, right? Super, super skilled when it comes to utilizing those weapons. But now they're going to have to try and face off the full squad of Titan, keeping a very tight position on the place here from Mad Knight.
Absolutely, looking to snuff out those stragglers, which is exactly what One Round has just done with with Legends of War, rather. But Ammo Win taking a nade right to the face. Yeah, nothing is going to save you from that one. The Beast now left to their lonesome devices to try and figure this situation out, or potentially just make a duck for the buggy and get out of this situation to keep those placements still in play. Of course, the rest of the teams now, they're hearing all of this, contention. They're hearing all of these gunshots going back and forth, and they feel like they want to get a piece. And Myth seem to be rearing their heads in favor of picking up Titans here.
I mean, Myth have already established themselves quite formidably in that zone, right? Taking smack dab center position, quite a few buildings that they've already been able to occupy. And now it's going to come down to how they are able to utilize that, right? We can see a little bit of movement coming through on that front, but they need to now watch out for the Titans because they've already come in swinging so hard, showing quite a bit of aggression as they've just been pushing further forward. But what I'm also liking is if we look at that map, right? We got the players from the Super Young Stars holding on towards that southern position, and Lag and Slime are yet to push up from the southern angle. So that could be an extra little bit of capitalization coming through now for the Super Young Stars.
I am loving the situation they're finding themselves in, and I do feel that they need to just push it a little bit more because, again, I want to see more from them coming through. But keep their caution, keep their stratagems. Let's see what they have in store for us. In the meantime, the duo of TEAMLAG are looking at Slime 4KT and saying that they are not afraid to take on Slime 4KT in their potential resident map.
I mean, like 1-9 just looked at this whole situation, was like, what, 2v4? Sure, let's go for it. Sends out that nade, finds the knock, and now it is going to be up to Slime to see if they can find some form of retaliation play here, as that blue zone has just caught up with them. And they've got quite a bit of ground still to cover to get themselves secured moving into this next phase.
And the situation they find themselves in, obviously Lag in a prime position to just contain Slime 4KT, who just made dash for Kampong, trying to get that rotation into zone away from Team Lag. They need to get into zone one way or another. Of course, we're down to our top 12 teams, and Myth still sitting pretty in that just three-way contention there with Titans and Mad Knight.
Oh, but look at the play now, right? This is going to be Slime trying to sneak on in. Unfortunately, Plaza trying to bring in a bit of a flank, moving through Kampong. It's going to get spotted out as Blackjack is quick on the trigger there. And with that, it is going to be Koa also getting traded on down. But I'm liking this kind of defensive position being held here by Blackjack, right? They've got the elevated position, but now they need to be quite wary of how they play this one out. Because 1 million have moved in right alongside them. We can already see 1 million taking a few hits as well.
Oh, just everyone is taking some damage here, and no one is exempt from the damage, from the targets that are going to be placed as we move into the next phase of the zone. And of course, it's shifted, not quite zone blessing anyone, but Myth is Super Young Stars and Lag can make a quick dash and find themselves in safety. In the meantime, Alpha Luigi might be left behind in the blue juice to do a little bit of that heal off.
Yeah, they definitely could be looking to pull off exactly that. But one thing that I'm going to be looking at, especially seeing that this blue zone is closing on forward, right, is not only, the sprays coming through here from Alpha Luigi onto the players from Titan, but also where are they going to be looking to push in towards, right? Titan putting up such a formidable defensive angle here. Quick on the reactions as Alpha Luigi also then gets traded down, but we did see that quick response coming through from the blue zone, and actually those off-angle reaches starting to rain on down. But 1 million not looking too phenomenal at this point, still quite a bit of ground to play at. But 1 round, they are going to get taken right on down with double digits to their name.
11 eliminations? Okay, 1 round, you have officially stepped up. Virtual Gaming as well going down to 3, and as we move on, it is a very big question mark as to who is going to be taking this further, because Myth now turning their attention here to 1 million Esports, our resident taking the first map team. So I don't know if they're going to be quite in contention moving on forward. Myth, on the other hand, they are looking absolutely stellar.
Well, they are looking pretty stellar with regards to their numbers, right? But if we talk about position, Lag is looking pretty golden. They've got that elevated angle. They are the only team situated within the zone. We can see that push now coming through from Myth, trying to get that entry point kind of set up as Farok is right on the front line. But this is where Farok could actually get caught out, seeing that we've got Blackjack right alongside them, situated towards that eastern edge. And this could be a little bit of that third-party play at stake here.
Ooh, I am loving these situations. Myth, in the meantime, are taking quite a bit of damage while Titans get confirmed out of the map with 7 eliminations. So, again, this elimination spread has been quite equal. Everyone has been jumping at these opportunities. But currently, the leaders are Super Young Stars, who are still alive and in it for the count. Oh, Ramsey just not looking away from the challenges here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seeing the efforts being brought in, as it is going to be lag. Also now swinging at Blackjack. Everything riding down on Chrono. Not sure whether or not they'll be able to keep up that position, as the blue zone is going to be forcing them to make a decision here. And ooh, almost at the end. There we go. The securing play comes through from Gaga as they just blaze away and absolutely demolish the remainder of Blackjack. Down to our final 4 teams we go now, as Pronto gets taken down by such an insane nade coming through there from the side of the Super Young Stars. I'm loving this play coming in so far.
Everyone just staying active, everyone keeping on their toes and looking for those opportunities. And Myth especially been very impressed by them. Now turning their attention here to Super Young Stars, who are ultimately the only team that could have stood up to Myth here in terms of numbers, but it looks like the push from Myth is coming through.
Well, this could be the play, right? Myth now trying to just utilize everything that they've got in their arsenal. But they are going up against the players here from Super Young Stars. Messi now on the front line gets taken right on down as Nasa sends in that nade. And nothing has been decided just yet. Both teams now just trying to hold on, trying to find that play to make. We got Ramsey on a little bit of an off-angle position there. Does find the spray over on towards Lag, as we can see Gaga getting knocked. But now it's going to come down to 1-9, whether or not they can spot the potential creeps now coming through here from the side of Broly, as Myth has taken quite a few hits. Super Young Stars still sitting on their 3 players now, looking to see if they can maybe squeeze themselves in. But as you can see, this is going to be pretty much a fight of attrition here, as the teams are continuing to just get themselves resituated, creeping closer and closer to the zone. But the danger here is one nade could be all that's needed to end everything.
Oh, just keeping congested, just keeping those positions tight-knit is exactly what is the problem. As we can see, Myth all but down to 1 player. Super Young Stars just keep on creeping through. And now 1-9 has an opportunity to jump in as well.
Yep, they definitely do, but it is going to be up to Nossa now to come rushing on forward. Tries a bit of a position on Ramsey, not able to succeed. Meanwhile, Broly is going to be looking to just try and see if they can get anything done, creeping closer and closer, opting for a bit of a res. But it does seem like Nossa is now on the scouting duty as they move on forward. It's going to be up to 7 Reef, and up comes the hits there as 1-9 drives it through. Super Young Stars finishing off with an absolutely amazing 8 eliminations to their name. But up comes Ramsey looking to push up to 1-9. Will he be able to get a little bit of strafing up against the tree? Ooh. And it is going to be Myth to lock in the victory right here on Sanhok.
Oh, this is what I love. Also, just a massive shout out to Lag for making it into that top 2, choosing the optimum time to step on in and put that final nail in the coffin of Super Young Stars. But Myth, from the get-go, they were looking so active, they were looking so poised and confident, ready for this winner chicken dinner, and they have finally dethroned 1 million from taking the first map of the day.
I mean, like we said earlier, right? Myths showing such a synergistic improvement coming through yesterday's, or the previous days of play. And now moving into today, they kick it off with an absolute banger. Now the challenge is going to be for Myth to continue that momentum, and that is going to serve them absolutely well as they move on forward. I gotta say, it was good to see the lobby literally changing it up, right? We were waiting to see whether or not the players there from 1 million are gonna be locking in yet another first game winner chicken dinner. We know the answer to that now, and that's gonna be no, because they got taken down super early on.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to see how many teams that we were, thinking about. We were talking about VST, Slime4KT, Titan Gaming, 1 million Esports got taken out earlier on and put us in a situation where we were like, questioning, okay, who's going to be taking this? Who's going to be bringing this forward? Lag, once again, beautiful position for them to jump in. And even like super young stars jumping into those eliminations, we've been seeing such a jump, an immediate jump of these teams stepping it up today.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm expecting to see even more of that as we progress through the day, because it does seem like the teams are really starting to get into the rhythm of the new change, right? The new format we have for this season, because I have to say, to some extent, especially some of the performances we saw in day 2 looked vaguely familiar to what we had at, coming into the second day of league play, like we had in the previous seasons. But now the team's coming to that realization, it's like, there's a third day, there's a fourth day, there's a fifth day, right? We can't stop there. We need to keep on pushing. And this is why I think we are seeing such a substantial kind of amount of growth coming through as the teams are pushing through these maps.
Absolutely. I mean, after an entire season of PMPL Spring, you get used to that format. You know that, okay, Tuesday, Wednesday is league phase, then we go to Super Weekend, and then we need to, step it up. Now that realization is obviously set, and now it is without a doubt we are in this new format. You need to adapt, or you will be left behind. And I feel like those words are ringing true for these teams as they're bringing those performances. They are now bringing the true essence that we were expecting of these teams in the first 2 days. But it's obviously surprising the rest of the teams because, wow, where did this performance come from?
But I mean, it was also really great to see is, like, as we said before, right? The teams that were situated a little bit further down on that leaderboard really stepping up, bringing in the necessary performances that is going to be required for them to move away from those lower slots, right? As we know, at the end of the week, the top 12 teams are going to be having that opportunity to play over on towards the Olympic. So that is quite a bit of a shift coming in. And at the end of the week, all the scores get reset and the teams will have to start from scratch once again, proving their points, coming through into that second week once more. But so far, I'm loving this kind of, momentum that we have starting to build up. And Sanhok is always that kind of map where I think it's a great start to the day because you can get yourself already attuned to the aggression and get those kind of rotations and maneuverings kind of sorted out before you move over on towards Erangel or Miramar itself.
Yeah, like I said, I love this as a warm-up. It's like jumping into a death match almost for these teams, and it was an absolute death match. I mean, the eliminations that we saw, the aggression we saw, the energy we saw from these teams right off of the bat, it's exactly the kind of energy I hope that they carry through the rest of the day.
Well, speaking about energy, we are going to be looking to replenish a little bit of that, so we are going to be hopping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League fall season for 2022. Absolutely exciting start to the day that we had with the players there from Team Myth stepping up, locking in that winner chicken dinner, and they did so. Also, as with ending up on double-digit eliminations. I mean, we only saw one other team doing that, and that was one round that walked away with 10 eliminations as well.
Again, these teams stepping up when we need them most. And I feel like, as we mentioned, the format change and the way that they need to continuously push, has finally set in. And they're bringing those performances to us. They're showcasing their true essence and their true forms as we move into the second map. So I just want more. Give it. Bring.
Well, of course, speaking about second map, right, we are going to be heading into a back-to-back Erangel as we saw not too long ago. So it's going to be 2 Erangels followed up by 2 Miramar. So I think that's going to be a great opportunity for teams to really build momentum, right? Moving into the first one, whatever doesn't really work in that first Erangel, they can almost instantly fix it moving into the second, and then look to kind of draw on that performance moving over in towards the double Miramar. So I'm expecting a pretty contentious performance to come through across the board. But I got to commend, as we've said before, right, the teams starting off the day on the lower end of that leaderboard really bring in such a strong effort, looking to apply as much aggression and strategy as they could to get themselves through. I mean, another team that we saw stepping up in this last match was the players coming through from the super young stars, right? Also bringing that in, locking in those 8 eliminations, and we did see them finishing up in 3rd place. So a really, really great start. But again, right, keep the momentum going throughout.
Absolutely. And I mean, some of the teams that also had to step out that weren't far off from Super Young Stars' performances was like Darkness, Legends of War. Yes, they didn't get to the performances they wanted to, but they started picking up those early eliminations. They started laying a foundation. So I want to see that come through, obviously, on the next maps, but then also balance that out with the placements. Once again, we've seen how eliminations have been key to teams like, for example, Slime 4KT, making up for their lack of consistency in the first day. Then they come back the second day and boom, they find themselves in the top 2 almost immediately from their fantastic performances. So there is an opportunity here to close these gaps, and I'm going to stop saying I want to see it, but I do wonder how long it's going to take these teams to adapt to the level of competition they're currently in.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of it's quite the adjustment that needs to be made, right? Because now the teams are competing on a more consistent and more regular basis, but I'm loving the fact that we are seeing so many adaptations come through, right? Teams that are performing exceptional on the first day, having a much more challenging time coming into the second day, and so far, moving into the third day, we see that kind of continuing here with the players from 1 million, for instance, not being able to lock in that first winner chicken dinner once again. So it has broken a little bit of the streak that they were on, right? You said if they were able to bring the chicken dinner in for today, this first match over on Sanhok, they would have been able to succeed in locking in a winner chicken dinner on every single map that we have at play. Well, aside from Livik, we'll have to wait and see what happens when we get to those. But of course, speaking about getting to those, we are going to be jumping into our match rankings to see what the teams did coming in off the back of this last map.
Ooh, and look at those eliminations. Team Myth and 1 Round Esports, of course, picking up those double digits. Team Myth running away with those 25 pointers. But again, Lag, Super Young Stars, not far off. Again, just so close and contentious. I absolutely love how they are jumping into the opportunities and jumping into these obstacles and taking them in their strides. So far, I really want to see how that's going to translate into that momentum through onto Erangel. I mean, even take a look at where we find 1 million and Slime 4KT.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit of a change-up, but as we said, right, I'm loving these changes coming in. And, of course, we need to take a look at our second page to see what the continuation is, as we have 7 points coming in that 7th and 8th position. But now, what will that second page hold? Right, how many points do the teams have? It is going to be a surprise for now. So we'll just move on and wait to see what is going to come in. Of course, we are now just prepping things up to move into Erangel once again. At least we do have some form of an update, or we do know what the point situation was looking at that second page. And I mean, we do see a little bit of a fall off coming in. The players there from VST with the team situated then up in towards 9th place with 4 points. And from there on down, it gets a little bit tough for the players even then from Seoul Esports that showed such great consistency on day 1 and 2. walking away empty-handed on this very first game.
It happens, but as we take a look at some of the amazing highlights we saw from that very explosive Sanhok, which I am expecting some fantastic gunfire, we do see those trends, building. And again, it's that question of, okay, how far are the gaps going to build from these, teams that find themselves in first, second, and third before the other teams say, okay, it's enough. We're placing a target on you. We are coming for you. It is our spot and our opportunity. And I feel like one round, Team Myth, they definitely came with that sort of energy here.
Well, I mean, energy is going to be absolutely key as the teams will have another opportunity to prove themselves moving over in towards Erangel. Now, as we know, the plane has kind of cooked itself up, right? The players are busy boarding. We are waiting for the pilot to commence with the takeoff, and then we can get straight into Erangel to see what action-packed gameplay will be coming through from there. Any predictions as to where you think that first initial flight path could be going?
I feel like we've had a lot of southeastern side zones, so I wanna hold some northwestern parts of Erangel in contention here. I wanna take maybe let's do something fun. Let's go right through Severny over towards Quarry, something like that.
Ooh. I mean, that could be quite an interesting one. I'm expecting to have a center zone, at least either this one or the next one. And that's kind of the feel that I've got. That flight path coming in relatively centered up, either horizontally, vertically, diagonally. I really don't care which way around it gets there as long as it's centered up. I think that is what we've got coming through here. But the kicker, as we always see coming through on Erangel, is where that first initial zone is going to be going, right? We've had our various options. We've seen western zones. We've seen southern zones be at play here as well. But now, all will be revealed once we get closer and closer to jumping into our second match of the day. Our first Erangel, of course. And there is going to be some expectations already knowing where that flight path is. I'm not going to try and spoil it just yet. But, let's jump in and see what the flight path has for us.
We were both very wrong. Well, I mean, I guess you can jump to center. Rozak is in contention here, so we're close, very close. But of course, going over from Lipovka all the way to Georgia Pool, who we normally would expect teams like 1 million dropping, but they're going to have to wait till their next map to join the fray. Of course, sitting out for this first Erangel. So they didn't have an opportunity to start on Sanhok, and now they don't even get to start on the first Erangel. I mean, they must be like just sitting and starved, waiting for it. Those first opportunities.
Well, I mean, it might be missed opportunity for one team, but it could be a grand opportunity for another, right? And as we look at our damage bringers right there, is going to be Kao to be sitting right at the top, 4,000 damage already secured ahead of Senke. And our headshots also looking pretty impressive. But now as the teams look to make their way on down, we can see Slime going for the usual drop over and around that kind of Yasnaya Poliana position. But a little bit of a spread, right? I think this is quite healthy, but we also could see the players there from Titan and Soul finding themselves in a bit of a challenging play as they are moving further down towards the southern edge. I'm actually surprised to not see the players from Desert Flame pushing towards that southern position towards Farm.
Yeah, it's it. It is a bit weird to not see them in that farm Miltzer area, potentially fighting off some sort of craziness happening through that bridge section. But ultimately, these teams are going to be, adapting to what is happening to them, and as the groups shift up, it is going to be expected. Once again, we see Super Young Stars there towards Severny. Last time they met Virtual Gaming there, of course. This time they don't have to potentially worry about that for the time being, as we do see once again a few shifts in that dynamic. This time we find Virtual Gaming all the way to Lipovka. They were one of the first teams to drop.
Well, speaking about drop, right, we have that altercation coming through in towards Pachinki, as it's going to be VST or having one of their players already knocked and confirmed up almost instantly. That is quite a devastating blow getting shot in right there. But now we get to see what the players here from Arab Golden and Lag are looking to bring in as they move into our bread and butter map here. I'm quite hopeful to see both these teams just stepping up and blowing us away.
I absolutely agree with you, DK. And what I also want to see is how Arab Golden is going to shift up from the first Sanhok map. So, I mean, they did get stuck to a moped to rotate on out. So hopefully this time they upgrade to those buggies and they get themselves into better positions, as well as Soul. I mean, wow, already 2 down.
Yep.
Up against Titans here for the recovery.
Yeah, the early game contention is a real thing, right? As we can see, Titan really looking to show dominance here. Already finding those first 2 knocks. There could be another bit of an opportunity onto the remainder of Solia. We do have Hemo and co positioned up alongside Rauf there, up into the compound. But not quite sure whether or not they'll actually be able to secure any substantial plays. Hemo already well situated over that ridge line. So it could be safe, possibly, to say that Hemo is not going to be in any immediate danger. Rauf still has quite a bit of ground to cover, but I'm liking the fact that Titan, they jumped at the opportunity. Now they're like, okay, no, you know what? We've done it for now. Let's continue on with our looting instead of, using up all our ammunition on only the first 2 players.
Absolutely. Just keep in mind just the consumables, just all of the, utility that you have to work with, and let's make sure that it lasts. Sustainability is clearly what we're talking about here. But it's all esports now. Rauf in particular, I feel like they are being hunted. they literally are being driven by and just taken down. Wow. That is quite the drive-by to start off our day.
Well, if you ever wanted a team to make you swallow your words, that is what just happened. I was saying Titans go on looting, and instead they look to get aggressive. But yes, it is going to be the players then from Seoul reduced to only 1. It is going to be Hemo left to try and survive for the remainder of this match. As we look to a little bit more of a spacious position, right? We can see the players here from leaders that showed great potential yesterday. We did see them really just, raking in those points in a little bit of a spread coming through into Wood School for the time being somewhat uncontested. No one really in the vicinity for them to be too majorly concerned about. But just north, up in Rozhok, we have the players from Wave in a very similar kind of position.
I feel like it's been so long since we've seen some school action. I feel like we don't really often get the opportunity just to jump in here and just be like, what's going on? I remember just jumping permanently, hot drop school, hot drop school, hot drop school. So it's just nice to, sometimes just see it. It's like, hey, it's been a while. It's been some time. Did you hot drop school like all the cool kids?
At least once. I mean, I can't really give you an exact number, but I'd say at least once I've been there. But that is, we can reminisce on that because we don't really see all our hot drop locations of old, really being played all that much anymore. The dynamic keeps on shifting. The strategies from the teams keep on changing. And I think that's quite exciting though, right? Because every time we come in, we have the opportunity to see where the next point of contention is going to be. Where are the teams going to be looking to prioritize, and how are they going to be looking to bring in those upsets?
No, absolutely. Like we literally don't want, like 5 or 4 teams just hot dropping school, please. Not in PMPL. We need sustainability. We need teams getting into those final phases. But actually speaking about school, we do have leaders actually taking a little bit of a drive-by right there. So jumping into a potential opportunity of either joining Darkness or saying hello to Slime4KT. Interesting one to see how that's going to turn out. And the rest of the teams as well, just keeping about their wits right now, trying to get themselves looted up, and so far staying relatively safe after that initial burst of craziness we had.
Yeah, I mean, but that is kind of just the early game play that we see coming in time and time again. But speaking about positionings, right, we do see the players from Darkness taking some good occupation of smack dab center zone. Not a super contested position, but that could allow them a little bit of freedom, at least for the time being. They do see the players there from leaders situated towards their north, but now there's going to be Desert Flame looking to rotate up all the way from where we saw them drop towards Katka, now making their way up towards Potato Hill. Not the craziest position, but I think it's going to be a good rotation for them, right? Putting them in a position where they're able to gather some information and then make a very decisive call from that point moving forward.
I was literally just staring at the map, and I feel like the observers can read my mind. I was thinking about 1 round and 0 tolerance and why they are so beautifully mixed in here towards shooting range. 0 tolerance literally just making a rotation straight through the band of 1 round competitors here. And so far, they have survived, thankfully. 1 round set up a fantastic, crosshair placement there, sitting and waiting for that cross. So I am just glad that Zero Tolerance got out of that, and thank you to the observers for reading my mind. The rest of the teams, on the other hand, DK, what are some of the interesting positions that you're noting here? In terms of like possible contention points, I'm looking at Soul, I'm looking at Desert Flame. Obviously, we just looked at Zero Tolerance in one round. What are some of the other points you're looking at?
I'd have to say Arab Golden, right? Taking that push all the way down to the southern island, moving on towards that Sosnovka military base, going about their business there. And I'm curious to see how that rotation is going to come through, because if they start heading north towards that eastern bridge, they could actually be rotating up right alongside or behind the players here from Titan Gaming. So I'm looking for a bit of a scouting mission coming through, at least from Arab, as we do see Sin is relatively close towards zone, but Arab Golden could potentially be looking to play that southern position a little while longer, not moving unnecessarily and kind of trying to keep themselves situated there as long as they can manage. Of course, there we have it beautifully displayed on the map. But I mean, that center zone, I'm expecting a little contention to come through there, right? We do have Mad Knight starting to move in from that eastern side. Virtual Gaming keeping their distance, just holding on towards Lipovka. And now the zone is going to be allowing for a little bit of that continuation, but Arab Golden need to move now off of that southern edge.
Absolutely. Moving through, I mean, again, I understand, the focus of military base. I do. I just always get very nervous when we have teams making these later rotations, and especially from military island, because of that contention that Titan hold, because of that position they hold. Because
Mm.
again, we normally see Desert Flame sitting in this position, poised and ready for that gatekeep, poised and ready for those bridge camps. Now, Titan in that similar position, or even VST if they move a little bit more south, can do the exact same to Arab Golden. And unless a rotation is in, the realm of possibility, it's yeah. Well, we know how those bridge camps go, so we'll see how that's going to pan out. Triple Esports also now joining the fray alongside One Round and Zero Tolerance moving in from the southern point. Zero Tolerance a little bit more reserved in their rotations. I feel like they're still holding to those outskirts, potentially wanting to make sure they don't have the same thing happen as One Round, firing on their backs.
Well, I mean, another position I'm looking at is going to be the players from Slime Fork AT, slowly pushing forward from that northern position, just slightly rotating out of Yasnaya. We still see Pronto being held up in towards Yasnaya Poliana. The rest of the squad looking to get themselves situated a little bit further up ahead. But now Hemo, our lone survivor here for Soul, or the Soul survivor, there we go, that's actually quite fitting, is going to be
Hey.
situated up on the roof, just listening to the movement of Desert Flame down below. Can't really fault Hemo for taking that kind of approach, but we want to see what Hemo might have up their sleeve for us. As we can see, a potential play being had over down towards at least one of the players there from Darkness, but that's not secured just yet, right? It's Tornado, of course, that I'm referring to on the side here. But now with the addition of lag coming in on the elevated angle there, Hemo could get spotted out.
Oh, definitely. And again, it's the dangers that just come on through with these teams making rotations. And hopefully, for the time being, Hemo can become one with the concrete and not be spotted out. But we won't know if that's really going to be the case, especially with Desert Flame lurking just in the midst. There's plenty of opportunities, as you said, just with teams spotting each other out, lag just behind them, then Darkness and Mad Knight, and it continues. This trend is going to be continuing as these teams condense into the next zone. Darkness now keeping their eyes poised. I do see Shadowin just on the edge with a very low HP bar, so wondering how they're going to be getting themselves out of that one and moving on forward into this potential two-way congestion here between Mad Knight and Darkness.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see how this one plays out. But I'm liking the more calculated plays coming through from both Darkness and the players here of Mad Knight, right? We did see both of them just situated within those compounds, just frantically scouting the angles, making sure that there's nobody that could potentially get the jump on them, as they are wanting to perform and just step up their overall points that they can gather through this match. But as we look on towards virtual gaming, it is a very scattered approach, right? Alpha Luigi bring in a little bit of a scouting mission, but it is quite isolated. The rest of virtual gaming could potentially start rolling on through, but we can see One Shot now starting to make a slight advance here. But now, as that zone is going to be moving in, it is going to be centering up towards that sheltered prison
Ooh.
region. And this is where Darkness and Mad Knight are absolutely blessed with their positions.
I also feel like virtual gaming have a very, very good opportunity here, obviously, because that entire eastern side of the zone, as we can see, Bear, looking for some company that virtual gaming can be one of the teams to actually provide that with. I mean, they have a plethora of opportunities here to take position in and to take position early, which is a very, very massive opportunity here, as we've seen time and time again. And the southern point of the zone, that Milta Farm area, look at it now. Oh my goodness, absolutely crazy. But Arab Golden, they have made the trip. Now they just need to survive it.
Yeah, it is going to be Arab Golden and the players coming through from, I believe that was VST, now making that mad dash, trying to get themselves situated on the southern edge of the zone. But we see a very similar kind of play happening over towards the eastern side, right? The players there from Leaders, Esports, actually beating Virtual Gaming to the punch, rotating in on towards that eastern side. And they could be looking to get themselves situated on those cliff sides, just on the edge of prison. But now, VST looking for a bit of a place to call home. Pretty close to that lumber yard. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw them rotating in that direction. But now Darkness going to be feeling the pressure as the super young stars come rushing straight up down in towards the shelter region.
Oh, it's such a catch-22 because yes, it provides you brilliant cover from the back, but if you have a team that just lands to that entrance and decides, well, you are not leaving this bunker, it becomes a whole different story. Hopefully, for the time being, Darkness can keep themselves out of that situation. Super Young Stars, once again, very much keeping my eyes on them as well as Wave. They have been so interesting in their performances as of late. So we'll have to wait and see how this is going to shape up, but yeah, it looks like they're also just adopting the bunker strat for now, just keeping safe. DK, just keeping safe.
Yeah, well, the team's really keeping the dream alive here, as we can see. Super Young Stars, Darkness, putting up quite a bit of a contentious position here. And they still have a little bit of time left. That blue zone is going to be closing on through. And I'm hoping, at least for their part, that this is still within the next playable area. But that mass convergence of teams that we saw pulling in towards the zone, we did have a little bit of that disbursement coming in. You've got Zero Tolerance now looking for a potential angle to come into, as they can't really rotate straight in towards prison. But Virtual Gaming, they're not going to have that stop them.
No, absolutely. But again, huge shout out to Zero Tolerance for taking this massive rotation. Once again, we found them on the northwestern points of this map at the beginning, and they had to rotate through teams and teams and teams and a little bit of blue zone to get to this point. And now I feel like they find themselves in an opportunity here to take this even further, because they're pretty much uncontested, at least for now. As we know, that zone shift should be coming on through. Virtual Gaming, in the meantime, has unfortunately lost one, and they might have to contend with Leaders going on forward.
Well, as we can see, of course, that shelter situation is going to continue for the time being. And now Leaders Esports going to be looking to push a little bit more towards that western side of prison. But unknowingly, we do have the players from one round situated right there. So we could see quite a bit of a contentious play coming through on that front. Also, Virtual Gaming having their hands full here with Zero Tolerance. Both teams now rotating up into this lumber yard. But Virtual Gaming, they have a slight element of surprise. We can see Atlanta already having the line of sight, the angles onto Skydo, spots the opportunity, comes through with a little bit of a spray with that M4, but is not able to secure the knock.
Yes, Skydo, drop to the floor. Do not peek out any further, please. That nade just narrowly missed as well. Skydo honestly just has a fallen angel behind them, just looking out for them at this point in time. In the meantime, though, damage is still going to be dealt out. You know, some scouting is going to happen. Nothing too crazy just yet, because neither side of these teams want to push out into the open. Neither want to be taking that risk. So great that they're just holding down. In the meantime, Hemo has found a knock. Okay, so we went from hiding to deciding to take some names here.
Yeah, we went from hiding to dealing a hiding and then getting one as they get taken right on down. That is going to be the end of the road for Seoul Esports over on Erangel. And that is our first team to get taken down to 15. We go now with 56 players still alive. But a very contentious zone, right? We see a little bit of a situation developing over on towards this northeastern side, with Slime now taking aim right down over on towards Mad Knight. That is quite a bit of a reach that they're trying to play at here. But of course, Slime needs to be careful, because as we can see, it is going to be one round sharing this area with him.
Oh, and Cow has been so crazy with this DBS. And now, once again, in a position to do the exact same. Already, Plaza going down, so they do need to be careful. As we know, Virtual Gaming is trying to get involved. Yet Escanor just narrowly missing that nade, but is going to be taking the damage. The DBS follows up through, and it is an instant knock. This is the danger. This is the short-range danger that we know.
Yeah, I think pretty soon, right, if you're going to be looking it up in the dictionary, if you search for DBS, next to it is going to be Cow 77 from Slime 4KT. I mean, we see some absolute beautiful utilization of that DBS coming through. But now, Chico situated just behind that rock. A beautiful vantage point to be holding over towards the players here from Slime. So I'm going to be looking for a little bit of that capitalization coming through. So you can see one shot also just in the distance. And Chico will only need, well, a few shots, more than one, to lock that in. Meanwhile, it is going to be Desert Flame and Wave now, duking it out for controlling position up in towards Shelter.
Again, Wave, they, well, made waves yesterday as they jumped on in and brought a fantastic performance, but I'm looking for a little bit more from them. I'm looking for them to keep on pushing this. Desert Flame, unfortunately, not in the best of, I guess, situations right now, but they should be able to recover their losses. They should be able to get their players back up and get into the action once again. My concern would just be that super young stars threat, that threat that's looming around the corner and placing so much pressure on these teams. Once again, looking very confident, already picked up those 2 eliminations and not looking to stop anytime soon.
But I gotta say though, Wave and Super Young Stars looking to be quite a formidable position, right? Even though that zone has now centered up on Shelter itself, both these teams are on the surface. We've got Desert Flame and the players coming through from Super Young Stars, if I'm not mistaken, positioned just below them in those subterranean angles. All right, so the wait, sorry, Super Young Stars are also outside. I just said that. Wow. It's Darkness down below alongside Desert Flame. Ab Golden also in the mix. So this could be the opportunity now for Wave and the Super Young Stars to look to capitalize on their surface position. But take into consideration that Shelter is a very challenging position to play.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've gotten one of these zones in the situation. So interesting, format we find these teams having to deal with. Virtual Gaming, unfortunately, in the meantime, being our 15th team to be taken out. And Zero Tolerance, unfortunately, the work that they have been doing has now landed them in that engagement with VST, who is actually being assisted by Triple Esports. So a little bit of a three-way party happening here. And Zero Tolerance, look at this HP bars.
Yeah, definitely not looking too fantastic there. There's going to be a lot of pressure now on Lord as that blue zone is going to come swooping on forward. Skydo, fortunately, in a position where they can lend a bit of a helping hand. But we can see Abood now also trying to do exactly the same. Quite a bit of a back foot that they've been put on here. But Zero Tolerance now leaving their players behind as Vortex's vehicle, is not looking too great. It is going to be a little bit of a less fortunate play. But now they can look to push forward, right? Skydo, Lord, trying to find that angle, trying to find that rotation. They are going to be coming in right alongside the place here from one round. And Chico, once again, mounting a defensive position, finds the spray onto Lord.
I'm not sure if they actually had, awareness there of Ichiko's position. I mean, they obviously saw E-Flex, tried to get that angle right, and it didn't just quite work out. So now scroll down to Skydo here to hold the line, and Chico is down, so at least a little bit of revenge is immediately there. But now it's down to that solo play here for Zero Tolerance to move on further. Same with VST, down to 1 as well as Arab Golden. So numbers are looking very, very stiff for some of the teams that are here towards the lower part of our match rankings on the right. Oh, and Lag, is going to have a bit of a challenge here.
Yeah, up comes Titans rushing straight on forward. It's going to be up to Fantasy to keep it up, but unfortunately, Puncher packs quite a punch as they rush on forward and close them off. Down to 11 teams we are. Now, we are seeing a little bit of a congregation up towards the north, waiting in anticipation to see where this next shift is going to be taking us. But as we know, right, Shelter, it's an interesting position to be in, but it becomes even more challenging to get out of. And all will be revealed as the zone now shifts over to that eastern side, forcing our subterranean teams to surface and see what the world has become.
Look, it has been a gamble to go underground, and now, well, as you mentioned, they have to just remind themselves of what the surface of Erangel is going to be looking like, and it is not going to be a pleasant one here. Just look at the trick that they need to make to get into the zone. It is going to be so treacherous here for these teams. Triple Esports now turning their attention here towards Titan, who have been one of the later teams, unfortunately, that are going to have to make those rotations because they are very far off. And Puncher is out in the open, ready for the pick'ems.
Like I said, I really like this position coming through from Triple Esports, right? Really reading this one quite beautifully. Just holding onto the edge there and taking aim down on towards Titan. But so far, Titan, they've been able to lock in quite a considerable amount of eliminations. Meanwhile, Black is going to get traded up as well as things are starting to crumble, right? Triple Esports not really being able to capitalize on that position just yet, but now it is going to be Leaders Esports stepping into the fray here, or rather applying a lot of pressure onto the players from Titans as we have Mad Knight getting eliminated, and we continue with the action. Titan feeling more pressure now, and down to one player they go.
Whoa, in a matter of seconds, we see the Titans will fall, unfortunately. But we'll see how long they can at least keep this up. We do still have at least one or two stragglers trying to keep the name alive, trying to keep the dream as well, as they need to try and make a push forward here for these reses. Smokes will be fading very soon. And oh, just the threat of Triple Esports looming above the hill, and Leaders just adding to this impact is going to be quite a tough challenge to navigate here. Once again, the push for that zone comes through. These teams need to find themselves a prime position here. Darkness, on the other hand, just on the cusp of that zone.
Well, this could be still on the books, especially looking at Triple's numbers they've got moving into this phase. They take aim once again, and with that, reducing the players there from super young stars down to only one potential hopeful. It is going to be Morteza now to get traded down on the side of Leaders. Up comes yet another devastating blow as Carry Boy also gets knocked, and as we can see, still a very tough position down on the southern edge. Out comes those utilities, wasted being able to evade the majority of the damage, but up comes a quick rush coming through, and it is going to be the super young stars to be eliminated alongside one round. Down to our final 5 teams. Slime, Titans already sitting on 7 and 8 eliminations respectively, and Desert Flame getting snuffed as well.
Titans have started the payback adventure of their dreams. It is Wasted still lying up ahead, and they make that final push to get that final nail in the coffin and say thank you. Come again. Coming on through, though, Titans now sitting with 10 eliminations moving forwards. And, I mean, second only to Titans is 4KT. Darkness, once again, still subterranean, moving on forward. Curious to see where they're going to land up.
Well, they have to make a move relatively quick. As you can see, that zone is going to start closing in within the next 20 seconds or so. But Triple Esports looking to capitalize on the elevated angles they've got, right? Still holding strong up there, but Titans looking to deal an absolute blow of devastation to whomever walks in front of them. But also Slime down to their final remaining player, right? Koa. I don't think that DBS is going to serve them all too well at this range, but it could change up once we move a little bit further up ahead. But there we go. DBS comes into play once again. Oh, Koa taking quite a bit of damage in this one. Maybe I need to swallow my words, as we can see Darkness now trying to find a little bit of a substantial play here. But up comes Ghost, finds the spray, and with that, takes down Koa. Off they go. 7 eliminations locked in for Slime. And this could be that bounce back opportunity now for Darkness. They still have this ridge line to play off of.
I was really hoping you were going to eat your words there, but it's okay. Unfortunately going out, and an immediate confirmation there for Darkness as well. Down to the 2 teams, Triple and Titans. Triple once again still descending the cliff, looking for the stragglers here of Titan, who have tried to keep themselves pretty spread out.
Oh, but this is now up to the opportunity as the Triple Esports team steps forward. The trades flying back and forth. A knock on either side, but it's going to be down to a 3v2 play. As you can see, yet another knock coming in. Titans now down to their final hopeful. Let's see whether or not the Puncher is going to be able to step up to the challenge. Full-on Sen coming in here. Tries to bring in some form of retaliation, but up comes Gamo. Oh, gets traded on down. The final rush could be at hand as we see Reef and Black trying to find those opportunities. Black now quickly trying to bring their team back into contention. They want to push in with 3 at least moving into this last bit. But Titan Puncher now just huddled up alongside the vehicle, and they're going to be running out of time. But this is where Triple Esports needs to move forward as a unit. They find the angles. It is going to be Black to lock it in for Triple as they secure themselves an absolutely beautiful, beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner.
Woo! I love seeing all of these new names step up to the plate, and absolutely beautifully well-deserved performance coming through here from Triple Esports. Again, their descent from those northern peaks of the hilltop, final position was absolutely key in those engagements. And again, just taking that time to poise themselves, to reset and say, okay, let's not go in this like, wild-headed. It's been crazy. We need to stop. We need to breathe, and we need to take this as cool and calm and collected. We don't want to give this away. We've seen some crazy clutches from these players before, and they understand that and they respect that coming through into that final moment of Erangel. But wow, that has been the warm-up Erangel map, essentially, because we have another one after this. I'm curious to see if we're once again going to see a similar fashion of teams.
Well, I mean, it could be quite an interesting one, right? It's also not so often that we see that zone really centering up as closely on towards Shelter itself. And I think that was a little bit of a saving play coming through from Darkness, moving into Shelter, right? It provided them with a lot of longevity, being able to make it into those later stages. And as we know, that is where the placement points are at. Yes, Darkness stepped up with 5 eliminations we saw coming through from this game, but this time around we only had one team hitting those double digits, right? That was Titan, just absolutely obliterating anything that moved around them.
Absolutely, just keeping an eye peeled and poised for those pixels. And they, again, I'm going to call them the survivors. Once again, it's that similar theme of how they have to keep fighting. They were down to one player at one point, and then they suddenly come back, not only get payback on leaders, move forward, get those double digits as well, and nearly make it into the winner-winner chicken dinner bracket as well. I'm going to say as well a lot, but again, fantastic performance from Titans coming back once again. And I feel like they really do manage those high octane, crazy situations with just a level of, again, poised, cool, calm collectiveness, and they understand what they need to do, and they execute it beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, we also did see leaders really, I mean, they were pretty much in contention for finishing with an absolute, runaway play there. But as you said, right, the positions turned out to be quite challenging. And of course, speaking about, positions being quite challenging, I want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Don't ask me how that segue makes sense, but it did make sense in my head there for a quick second. But much love going out to Monster, as we did see an absolutely glorious performance on the first one. But of course, right, maybe a potential copy-paste coming through as we head into our second Erangel. But it's going to take a little bit of time before we get there, right? The teams will need to get themselves ready. We need to take a look at the overall standings to see who did what and when to where and with who, how much. But we did see those efforts being brought in. It was very unfortunate, though, to see the team Seoul Esports get taken out so early on in the game.
Yeah, so that one threw me for a little bit of a loop. Obviously, we did have Hemo at least try and step up. Obviously, we didn't actually watch this, head to head. We saw it in the elimination feed. But what I do feel that was a bit of a key factor here for Seoul Esports is that initial aggression, that initial placement, finding themselves a little bit more scattered, not being able to get those trades, and then, scatter. Go for placements. We need to survive. We need to get placements. It happens. It is PUBG Mobile. I want to see more from them coming back on the second Erangel, where they can hopefully understand that and fix it. They have the warm-up. Now they have the opportunity to potentially polish that.
Yeah, there could be quite a bit of polishing to come on through. I mean, we also did see the players from Virtual Gaming, Arab Golden, having also quite a bit of a tough run. But I mean, the zone itself was quite challenging, and we did see the teams that were able to get themselves situated towards that shelter region, really capitalizing on their positions. I mean, Desert Flame also bringing in a little bit of an improved performance, right? We know that they finished up in 6th place, and they are definitely in a position where they can capitalize on the placement points. And we know they need those points to get themselves situated further up the leaderboard. So different strategies at play here. And of course, while we take a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match, we get that opportunity to just admire what the teams have done.
Again, shout out to Puncher. Just hitting some crazy, crazy shots. And this is the situation I was talking about. Titans with a player down, with up to only one player as Puncher goes down. We're down to that final solo who has to just, stay calm, pop those smokes, let's get those reses. They know what they need to do. They know how to get back in the situation. Yes, Super Young Stars, they jump into this action and they provide the opportunity, that little sliver of timing the Titan need to recover their losses, to recover their numbers. They step up with those 4 players and they make the push for leaders. They get the payback. They take it even further. And it was this point where, again, I'm just going to call them the survivors. They are the team that constantly come high or hell water. That doesn't make sense. Either way,
Yes.
they survive, they move forward.
Well, speaking about moving forward, we are going to be moving straight into our match rankings to see how many points these teams walked away with on our first Erangel of the day. Of course, Triple Esports, no surprise, locking in those 22 points there with that winner chicken dinner. But the Titans keeping the contention pretty high, also sitting on 22 points, but coming in with 10 eliminations. Slime 4KT. Right, we were talking about them showing up a lot more consistently, a lot more aggressively over the past few days, and they look to repeat that once again, moving into this Erangel, coming in with those 9 eliminations alongside their placement for that fourth place. But now as we move on to the second page, we can see also, right, Desert Flame situated up in 8th, locking in 5 points, and I mean 5 points are better than no points, so hopefully this is just the start of what is yet to come for the remainder of the day for them.
Absolutely. I keep wanting to say it and I keep wanting to not repeat myself, but it is what it is. We want to see more from these teams moving on forward. And Desert Flame, of course, we've been shouting their names. Same with Super Young Stars, same with Darkness, and Legends of War. So far, out of those 4 teams, I feel like we've definitely started to see those glimmers. We've definitely started to, see an improvement. And, Erangel, the next Erangel might be the proving ground.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait a little bit for that. In the meanwhile, we are going to be jumping into a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season. If you're just joining us, you just missed out on an absolutely glorious winner chicken that are coming through for Triple Esports. They stepped up to the plate, stepped up to the challenge, and locked in their very first winner chicken dinner. This is, of course, only day 3. And, of course, speaking about day 3 and all the glorious things we have going on, we need to give a big shout-out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. Now, speaking about gamer modes, right, we're going to be looking to see who's going to be engaging their gamer mode moving in to our match number 3, which is going to be our second Erangel for the day.
I really want to see a little bit from Wave Esports here. They started this sort of trend also through to our third game of yesterday, where they were constantly in that midway point, closer to that top, that above that average, bringing in some good performances here, staying consistent. I want to see that start as well today. And if that is the pattern that they do, they take the first or the second map, they warm up, they come back, and then bam, that consistency just starts hitting. That is going to be a very interesting, just point for Wave Esports. I can also then make the pun that they are like a wave, they come and they go, but I'll keep that for later.
Yeah. They're going to be looking to make some waves along the way, right? That's what the name implies, That's how you do the dad jokes, don't worry, I'll teach you one day. But yeah, I mean, definitely we've been seeing, and we've been talking about this a little bit, we've been seeing teams really bring in strong momentum coming through, right? The teams that were situated a little bit low on that leaderboard, really putting in the efforts, but now we need to see even more of that happening, right? We did see some efforts being brought in there by Desert Flame, trying to find more points, and they did. But now we need to see a similar kind of play coming through from the players of Legends of War, right? We know they started off the day in a little bit less than favorable position, but they are going to be presented with another opportunity once again to try and step in, bring those points on through, and see whether or not they can find the necessary success on this, second Erangel of the day.
To see if they can be legends. Is that how you do a pun? Is that how
Almost.
it works?
You're going to be
Okay.
looking to bring in a legendary performance. That's what we need to
Legendary
see.
performance. I mean, I feel like they're pretty close to being legends as well. So, I mean, they are in PMPL Africa in fall 2022. So, I feel like they're close. It's fine, DK. You will teach me the way of puns, and I will become punnier than you.
No,
Oh.
no, not yet, not yet. Maybe
Like,
later, but not
Chat
now.
needs to
not
back
now.
me up here. Come on.
But of course, as we now get ready, we are just having a quick little bit of a setup to make sure that all the teams are in their slots, in their positions. Everybody's got their seatbelts buckled. They've got their seats in the upright position, because you can't get on the plane if none of those things are in working order, right? You always hear that when you're on the plane, where the pilot says, please return your seat to its upright position. And that's why we always sit here. We're ready to roll, waiting to see what the action is going to bring. Just play along with it, whether it's true or not. Doesn't matter. I mean,
I'm trying. Okay,
But of
it
course.
just doesn't work the same.
now I'm going to ask you the question I asked you before we got into Erangel, right? What is your prediction for flight path? Because we made a prediction. I asked
was
for
close.
center. You said north or south. It was kind of somewhere in the middle of that. Let's see where it's going to be going this time around.
Let's hit that south. Let's hit that southern border of Erangel. I'm feeling that southern sector. I'm going to do the same as you. Whether that's going vertically, horizontally, or we're going diagonally, we're going to be hitting some good southern points of Erangel in this map. I don't know how though. I'm going to say Quarry. Let's be safe. Quarry.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether or not we're going to have a Quarry Southern.
Yeah, you can't get out of that.
Play
You also
coming
need to
in.
do it. Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I'm not bagging out anything, right? I would like to see a northern zone though come through, right? I'd settle for like a western flight path and then a nice little bit of a northern zone coming through. But while we discuss what we expecting to see from this match, let's take a look and see what the overall situation is for the teams at this point after playing our first two games. It is going to be no surprise to see 1 million still holding on to the position, right up in pole position there, as we can see them 161 points, but they are starting to push that gap as far as they can, right? It's currently, as we can see, it's what seems to be about a 27 point difference. Slime actually closing the gap.
Yeah, that was the worry that I had from day one to day two. Obviously, 1 million, they just had an absolutely stellar performance, but they were starting to, widen that gap. So I'm loving that we're seeing this competition coming through, because again, it always just means better PUBG Mobile on your screens. And of course, that second page, Team Myth making a splash once again with those 74 points, scoreline right now. And as we go to our baseline, which is our top 12, right, we're looking for those teams that are going into Livic. Virtual Gaming just on that border right now with 54 points. Right behind them, obviously, Arab Gold and Esports with 49. So a measly 5 points right now, just making the difference and getting them potentially either into or not into Livic.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that one. But I think the big kicker is going to be looking at the amount of games the teams have played, right? We can see a few teams have already played their 9 matches, other teams already on 10. So Virtual Gaming and further down towards Mad Knight, right? They only have 2 more matches to go for the day, because we know that would put us on 12. So we're working in our factors of 4 at this point in time. Looking at those positions coming in on the next page, it is going to be the players from Darkness, Zero Tolerance, Desert Flame, and Legends of War. Now, this is going to be the opportunity for Desert Flame and Legends of War also to try and improve, right? We've already said a little bit about that, but they still have 3 games to go for the day, and that is more than ample opportunity for them to garner a few more additional points and move up those standings.
Obviously, the question is Super Young Stars going to continue their rise? Because they've already jumped out of those bottom 4 teams, now up into that second page, potentially moving even further up. Because they were looking pretty contentious there when we saw on Erangel. You know, they were keeping themselves active, keeping themselves in the engagements, and not shying away from those fights. So I feel like that confidence from Super Young Stars is really starting to flourish.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you want to try and capitalize on as much of that confidence as you can find, right? We were talking about the glorious players coming through from Team Myth. They've stepped up. They locked in that first chicken dinner. We did see the players coming through in the second match, being the players from Triple. Now, I beg the question here is, are we going to be seeing another winner chicken dinner coming through for 1 million today, right? Could that be on the cards? Because they found chicken dinners on the first day, chicken dinners on the second day. Day 3, is it going to be third time lucky again?
I feel like Erangel is their lucky map because that was the first map that they went back to back on. So this next Erangel, I think, will give us a good indication if they're getting close or if they're just warming up the engines, as we've seen for some of these teams. I definitely would not discount 1 million at any point in time, right? Because they have been so just engaging and powerful, jumping off right from the first day. And it's similar to what we saw in previous season. Their league play was phenomenal. I mean, you keep reminding us of those beautiful 500 points that they reached, and that is because of the performance that they placed down. I mean, they were ridiculous, firstly, especially with those eliminations. So curious to see. I'm going to stop saying curious. I wonder if this is the point at which we're going to see those teams putting the target on 1 million to try and make sure that they can close the gap, because that at some point that starts to be the only way you can stop 1 million, right? Is to sort of gang up on them and make sure they don't continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams can definitely benefit from looking to hit it as hard as they can in the week play, right? Trying to garner those bonus points, because as you've said, when it comes to the finals, the more of an advantage you can come into the finals already, the less work or the less pressure there is on the team having to perform to that level, right? They can actually afford to just breathe a little bit more, not back down, just breathe a little bit more, and then keep that focus, keep that contention going. And I think that could be amazing for teams' morale, right? Knowing that they've moved into the finals. And as we know, at most, the teams, well, one team could be sitting there with 80 points coming into the finals itself. I mean, that's the kind of leads, the kind of head start that you want to kick off your finals play.
There is something that I am really just sitting and waiting for. I'm salivating at the opportunity that this is going to happen. It is for VST to get a winner chicken dinner, because they are currently in the top 9 with no winner chicken dinner. The rest all at least have 1 to 2 to 3. They have not a single winner chicken dinner, yet we see them in top 4 placements.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, all that means is, like, you know, a chicken dinner is not required for a team to be sitting in the top 4. So that speaks volumes of the capability of a team like VST. And of course, this is our first time seeing them in PMPL Africa itself. So far, they've made a really strong impression, really showing their adaptability, showing their aggression. And that goes kind of hand in hand with the performance that we've been having coming through from the players of Titan, right? 2 of the new teams in this season, and they are really setting the standard and the expectation exceptionally high.
I would argue that VST has been one of the most consistent teams that we've been seeing, because they haven't been reaching those winner chicken dinners. They have been at least picking up the necessary points to make sure that they're either in, you know, contention for 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 top placements. And because of that, we see again that massive focus, and why we're placing such a massive focus on consistency, because it's giving them that momentum to carry on through. So they drop one map, great, they come back, they stay somewhat consistent. 10, 12 points, that's enough. 8 points, that's still enough. They're still staying in, you know, that competitive era of where the rest of the teams are like, we've just gotten winner chicken dinners and you just will not leave. You're still in this top 9. And that is such good placement, and that's such good competition. We've had teams do that, you know, once or twice. I feel like Team Umbra in the previous season was that team to do it. So now Leaders Esports, looking at them. I'm looking at them to bring that similar performance.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that our former Team Umbra, sorry, I just had to say the name,
It's so good.
are going to be looking to continue with those efforts. But I mean, looking at the kind of consistency as you were referring to, the most consistent team, or the most balanced team rather, okay, the most balanced team at this point is going to be Titans, right? 60 placement points, 60 eliminations. You couldn't ask for better numbers to come through, but we are seeing more and more teams starting to reach into those triple digits. And as we did see, the players there from Seoul Esports, Seoul Esports and Leader Esports also sitting alongside Triple Esports. There's only 2 points separating those three teams, and they could be any of our next teams to jump into those triple digits.
And I mean, we just did see Triple Easels take that win-win at Chicken Dinner. So, I mean, that's already, I would say, definition enough that they've obviously stepped up the game and they're looking for more. And at this point, I would argue that for the teams looking to, close those gaps today, they should take, definitely a page out of what Triple Esports did in that situation, or did on that Erangel, especially as we're moving into our second Erangel of the day, obviously. I feel like Triple Esports were just so composed in the execution that they wanted to bring in those final moments. They knew the positions they had. They knew the advantages that laid before them. They weren't extremely hungry for those kills. They were patient, and they were wanting and waiting for those opportunities to come to them.
Well, speaking about opportunities, we are not going to diddle-daddle any further. We are going to be jumping straight into our second Erangel here of the day, as we now look to see what the teams will have to work with. The flight path seems to be relatively centered from what we can see, and the answer is yes. You asked for south, there it is, your southern part. Now we need to see that that flight, or that initial zone also now playing out quite favorably. Going to be hoping for a northern one, but wherever it goes, we'll be satisfied with that. But it's going to be allowing the teams to pretty much access anywhere across this map, well, to a major extent, right? Those few outlying positions, just a quick vehicle rotation away. So positions like Primorsk, Kostolba, even Lopovka is all still within reach and not outside the realm of reachability.
Yeah, teams definitely don't need to fight for their preferred placements. Of course, Seoul jumping straight onto that military base. I'm curious to see if Arab Golden actually should not be joining this game. So don't worry, they won't have competition. The rest of the teams, on the other hand, I'm seeing that Malta jump in. And I mean, honestly, I asked for South, you asked for North. We kind of both got our answer here. It's just going to be about where that zone shift is going to be coming through. And if 1 million is going to be fighting one round for Georgia pool control.
Again, we want to see that one-on-one action, right? It's going to be a northern zone. It moves northwest. So this is going to be interesting, especially looking at Everest being in play. We've seen quite a bit of a contentious fight coming out in that region. And then, of course, as we can see, also heading towards Severny, we do have a potential hard drop action coming in on that front. It is going to be the players from Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming going straight down to business. Of course, down south, we've got the players from VST and the Legends of War dropping side by side with a slight bit of a disengage coming there from VST, which I think is a very respectable position to be playing at this point. But smack dab center zone, or close to center, we are going to be having the players there from Zero Tolerance looking to get themselves situated.
I'm also getting a bit of PTSD because I see Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming joining hands for their control of Severny. And bam, thank you once again, observers. They just know what I'm going to say before I even say it. But looking at this point now, again, we saw what happened last time. Super Young Stars obviously didn't take the best option of this, and they were hunted by Virtual Gaming, who started this off for us on the first day. Super Young Stars now, opportunity for them to prove that they have potentially already just polished this issue out.
Well, they're gonna have to they're gonna have to really step up to the plate here, because we know Virtual Gaming, they are a team coming in here with a bit of a reputation, right? They've got that they've already got the one season under their belt, but now they need to bring those efforts and show that experience, show that they've been able to utilize all the experience that they've had since we last saw them participating in the PMPL itself. And for the time being, it seems like Super Young Stars are trying to give them the runaround here, with the Reef just patiently waiting, not really being able to, that is Zeref, not really being able to move out and get much looting going. And One Shot not going to be letting any opportunities slide here.
Very similar approach for Virtual Gaming as what we saw previously, spreading out, keeping that high ground, trying to make sure that they have multiple angles on a single player at any given point, so that, obviously more than one player is able to take the shot. For Super Young Stars, actually still adopting also the 2-2 split, relatively still split up in terms of trying to also just keep that level, keep as much information in play as possible here. And of course, Super Young Stars looking to polish off this blemish of virtual gaming off of their record. But again, like you mentioned, I feel like going down to the previous season's champions is not such a big blemish. You know, it kind of sounds really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would also sound a little bit cooler if Zero Tolerance, not Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars were able to actually beat them out right at this point. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. Looking at how Super Young Stars have already been stepping it out so far today. But as we're getting ready to see where the teams are going to be playing at, we do have the Legends of War starting to push up from that far southern edge of the zone while we wait for the action to unfold up in Savoni. And these, of course, are our two most northern teams, right? There's quite a vast vacuum just south of them. The first place where we see any teams actually being positioned is towards North George, where we've got the players from one round, and of course over on towards Yasnaya, Poliana, where we actually see the players there from Lag taking occupation.
Alongside Blackjack Esports. And of course, you know, Skydo is a little bit of a scout. So I guess you could count that as a point. But yeah, I agree with you. Just generally a massive vacuum of occupancy. And we can see Virtual Gaming, it does seem like they're slowly but surely going to be making that trigger to execute their plan here towards Super Young Stars. And a lot of information for them to actually make use of. Cerev actually going to be going down now and confirmed almost immediately.
Yeah, quite a less than favorable position to get caught out into, but now more also going to get rushed upon, as we can see Alpha Logic cooking up a few nades. Ooh, are they going to have a favorable position here? Not yet. It is a bit of a back and forth coming in, but there we go. It's going to be more to get traded right on down as Zeus comes thundering through. Now it all turns to Nossa. We did see Nossa with those utilities in the previous match, just finding some beautiful, beautiful angles. But Messi looking to rotate up to provide a little bit of that fortification.
I would hope so, that they would have that opportunity, but Nos is immediately going to be placed under pressure. So while Zeus is laying down that fire, Alpha Luigi looking for that entry, looking to get close up and personal. Nate is going to be cooked, and Messi just narrowly escapes Alpha Luigi. So for the time being, at least one will, of course, get away, and Nossa, unfortunately, left to potentially be the sacrifice. Yeah, unfortunately. So, similar results from what we saw previously.
Well, so far, it does seem like Messi, at least for the time being, is going to be looking to just kick it down south, right? Hopsing into that buggy and just putting a lot of distance between themselves and Virtual. And Zeus now, you know, just ensuring that they don't use more ammo, seeing that they could potentially be quite low at this point. But now we get to see where the teams are going to be going next, right? Zero Tolerance and the players there from Leaders about to get into a bit of an altercation as we see Skydo still somewhat isolated from the rest of the team, maybe still doing their scouting duties. But Morteza also venturing a little bit closer there. Skydo trying to jump at the opportunity, but not really succeeding and finding those angles. Meanwhile, Morteza and the rest of the players here from Leaders now just strengthening themselves up onto Woods Cube while we see VST and Desert Flame getting into an altercation.
Hey, this is the kind of energy that I'm enjoying from Desert Flame. So picking up at least one from VST. Of course, we see the rest of the team moving on in for the potential recover. But at this point in time, I believe Desert Flame should get that confirmation. And they might just take that rotation out of there. Because, again, it's not worth, you know, dropping the entirety of a team potentially just for that one extra player. So sadly, it is the right call to make in terms of just the pure numbers game as we move on to the rest of this wrangle. The rest of the teams, I'm interested to see what Triple Esports are going to do on the western point of that zone.
I mean, there could be quite a position for them to play at, right? We can see at least one of their players situated up in towards Hospital itself. So it's good to have that anchor point kind of set up for the time being. But as we look down south, it is going to be Myth and Python looking to kind of duke it out. We got Seoul also now rotating from that southern military island, coming alongside that western bridge, looking for a bit of an opportunity to play. And they could have quite the favorable rotational path should they decide to head in the direction of Gatka. But all will be revealed once they fully commit to those rotations. And for the time being, it's going to be a slow and steady roll. But of course, 1 million, right? They're going to be looking to crown themselves king of the hill as they move right to the top of Everest.
Oh, almost immediately. I expected at this point. I just want to ask the question, who is going to be the team that at some point will make a dash, will make a fight for that Everest position from 1 million? The question will yet to be answered, but we do see a very comfortable 1 million holding Everest, as we know, and just below them, of course, Leaders and Legends of War making their rotation into that center zone. Desert Flame, of course, still looking very comfortable, poised and ready. Rest of the teams now all joining the fray. So no stragglers really to talk about, other than I guess you could say Titans, just because they're going to be one of the last teams to join it. But very, very interesting, turn of events here. As we can see, 16 teams still, of course, 2 zones. We're looking good for that later phase where we're just going to have absolute chaos in terms of the teams finding each other.
Well, speaking about chaos, right? The position we see Desert Flame in, this could be a beautiful position for them to cause quite a bit of chaos for any of the teams in the vicinity, right? These compounds sometimes being sought after depending on how that zone shifts on up, but looking at where they are situated, they could actually find quite a few teams rotating alongside them. But for the time being, it is going to be Soul and the players here from Legends of War looking to bring in a bit of a dash up in towards that ruins. And I think at this point, whoever is able to get themselves situated here first could be in a position where they could capitalize on that. We can see Hemo now just quickly trying to wrap around and find some additional hard cover.
Oh, this would be such a prime position, as you've mentioned. And Lashon, of course, here just towards the outskirts, has a potential to get a little bit of long-distance action happening here. Maybe get a couple of knocks, maybe just do at least some damage here. Obviously, weapon in hand, primed to deal some crazy damage here. Rest of the teams as well, joining what seems like a very central-focused band. Of course, we can see just around in and about the river. It's going to be messy depending on how the zone is going to rotate. I feel like some of the rotations might really cut them short. If we can see that zone moving a little bit more towards Rozak, of course, 1 million will unfortunately just have to give up Everest for naught.
Well, we'll have to wait and see exactly where that is going to be playing out, as we still have a few moments left before that zone makes its decisive play. But for the time being, it's going to be Legends of War and Soul still just trying to duke this one out, looking for that opportunity onto each other, and Merwing quickly having to duck rather back into some hard cover as the health bar is not looking too favorable, but Lashon up on that hillside. We've seen some pretty strong players coming through from Lashon in that first day. We are yet to see a continuation of those efforts, but Omar looking to make it quite difficult for Lashon to find any substantial positions.
Not letting anything stick out, right? We are hiding, we are keeping quiet. Ooh, Raouf making a little bit of a trip, is going to spot out Lashon just hiding in the grass. And yeah, unfortunately here, Soul is going to be taking that trigger. I mean, it's 2 against 1. It's a quick and easy elimination they can pick up.
I'm pretty sure Hemo feels a lot more comfortable this time around, not being the lone sole survivor for the team, right?
Oh, you did it again.
Having the numbers to play at. I mean, I'm going to do that as long as I can. But I'm loving this 2-2 split coming through, though, right? Weiss and Omar coming in from the western side, while we can see the rest of the squad pushing in from that southern edge, Raouf and Hemo. So there could be a little bit of a pincer play coming through from them, and they can look to continue that as the zone takes a swing towards the north. And this is where Blackjack and Virtual Gaming can now maybe start to venture a little bit more in towards that zone, get themselves situated. But Legends still in such a favorable position over towards Cube.
Oh, Zero Tolerance obviously kicking themselves. They just moved off from that exact location, now all the way having to make that backtrack and hopefully a dash to get into the zone, as all of the teams are converging and space is quickly being taken up. Real estate is not cheap here, DK. And of course, Seoul Esports now looking to get some of that, their own little bit of Legends of War premium real estate here.
Ooh, it's going to be the hits, though, connecting up there. So we can see those knocks coming through. It is going to be the players there from Super Young Stars also bidding their farewells as they get sent away. Now, Legends of War having to defend as Soul are going to be applying a lot of pressure. Up comes Omar Hemo looking to tighten up the possession here. Finds a bit of a vantage point to play in. And there we go. Powerboy gets taken right on down. Flick now. Getting flicked off. as Soul push on in and close them out, locking in those 4 eliminations and squad wipe under their belt.
Yeah, mowing in that situation, not really much to do with 1 HP and just flying teams and flying bullets all over the show. So unfortunate, but it does happen. VST now holding slow and steady and silent as Teak is trying to sneak on up as the scout here for Titan Gaming, slowly but surely converging on this position. A little bit of a warning nade is going to be going out, and we'll see if Titans will respect that. In the meanwhile, Triple Esports have recovered their numbers, and 1 round in the meantime is moving away from Georgia Pool, which, seems to be their new kicks.
Well, I mean, they don't really have a choice at this point, right? Blue Zone is going to be forcing them to bring in those rotations. So Chico actually now just venturing up right in front of 1 million, and this could be the opportunity, the golden chance to lock in those points. We can see 1 million sitting on a bubble at the moment, but that could change. It is going to be Chico to get traded on down. Sengate pushing in with that mini 14. Will we see the confirmation? Not yet. But we also then see Desert Flame coming in onto that western position as well. So quite a bit of a spread with regards to how these teams have situated themselves. But now all will be revealed as they have to push forward in towards this next zone.
I must say, I do like Virtual Gaming's position alongside Leaders Esports. I feel like they're just going to be peeking around the corner. But talking about peeking around the corner, Escanor is going to be making a dash and finding the wrong barrel of Marshall and unfortunately be going down. Now, the rest also going to be looking for 1 round's straggler, who is currently just focused on hiding away and surviving, which is, of course, in the form of E-Flex.
Well, speaking about that, right, we can see that good old Lazy Boy there has found themselves a lovely little grows out to work with, and that could be quite devastating, seeing that the zone has now moved all the way to that southern edge, being quite favorable, especially looking at the players from Leaders and Zero Tolerance. But still, VST and the players there from Seoul now caught up towards that Ruins angle. So expecting a little bit of carnage to come through, a little bit of contention as both teams have the opportunity to still get themselves situated relatively comfortably. But it's not secured for either of them. As you can see, Zuxi, Adleno, and it's Abud looking to find those angles towards Seoul. But it does seem like Seoul, they just want to keep themselves well ahead of those potential spray downs.
And for Seoul, at this point in time, if they do take this engagement with VST, I feel like this is going to be the tipping point, the pivotal moment for Seoul. And we can actually make a point here. Okay, well, obviously, if Seoul gets taken out, we know what's going to happen. But if they can move forward with these eliminations, they can take even further. They might be very well in contention for just closing that gap in this game.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about closing gaps, it is going to be 1 million trying to close up this western side as they now lay waste to Desert Flame, who gets reduced down to 1. It is going to be Glass of the final hopeful for the team now, looking for a position to get themselves into the zone, but 1 million just laying down the pressure so aggressively. Oh, but here we go. That blue zone is going to start eating away at their health bars. The teams now continue to converge further and further in towards the zone. Triple Esports up ahead, Blackjack up ahead. And this could be the end of the road. Therefore, Glassa will have to keep an eye on that feed to see what happens. But Seoul and VST still fighting it out, but a lot of pressure. And we can see those flanks now coming through from Seoul onto VST.
This is what I'm liking. Again, the proving grounds here for Seoul Esports, just saying that, well, we have shaken off whatever we needed to, and we are back, baby. We are looking to take out VST here, and then they will be sitting very pretty in terms of eliminations. Okay, Zuxi taking so much fire, but so far no connections to warrant any of that HP dropping. And for the time being, VST hopefully going to be using this time to get at Leno, and oh, well, no, never mind. It's is also down, so it's all down to Zuxi now to try and stave off Seoul from taking their position.
Oof. But that's not going to pay off as Rauf steps up. And, I mean, VST proving to be quite reluctant, right? They don't want to let that position go just yet. But it is costing them quite dearly, as we can see. Zuxi now trying to make a bit of a play here. It is going to be Morteza from the opposite end, reaching across, finding that angle on towards Omar. Gotta love these third-party plays. Meanwhile, over on towards the eastern side, we did see the players there from Myth applying the pressure onto Wave, finding those hits in close succession. And with that, being able to take them right on down. But Seoul now feeling the pressure being turned onto them as the Carry Boy and the rest of the players from Leaders Esports are finding very favorable positions. We can see Carry Boy just moving closer and closer. Down goes Omar. And now, boy, how the tables have turned. Weiss is going to be the only hopeful left for the team.
The turned up tables, yes. But Leaders Esports in a prime position here, of course, picking up some beautiful eliminations. Desert Flame, unfortunately, going out at least with 2 points in terms of eliminations. So a little bit of something to take home. And of course, Blackjack Esports now feeling the pain. MG just trying to stay alive in the smoke here. But what is going on here? Fantasy, MG, okay, there's smoke. Okay, I was gonna say, why are they seeing each other?
No, that was just from our perspective, right? Who needs smoke? We can see straight through it as the MG picks it up, puts Fantasy right on down. Oh, but down goes MG as one shot capitalizes on the third-party play. It's going to be up to Gaga now to keep the hopes and dreams of Lag alive. But they are quite a distance away from that zone, a little bit further up ahead. We do have the players there from 1 million and Triple yet to rotate through. But looking at the position coming through here from Virtual, they could be right on the money. Up comes the rush. Marshall gets just hit out of that vehicle, and now it turns to Senke. Will he be able to keep this pressure up as it all now rides on Reef? We do have a little bit of that potential reinforcement coming through there from Black 7, but the pressure couldn't be higher. Let's see where this goes. Senke patiently waiting to see how it ends, and that is going to be the end of the road as 1 million gets taken out with 5 eliminations to their name.
I'm definitely talking a little bit more about this one later, but 1 million not going to be picking up the winner chicken dinner on Erangel, at least for today. Oh, and Skydo just reaching across with those nades, but Puncher instead will make the connection. Now, Lord and Paradox here in a bit of spot of trouble as they are not in a position here to get these res.
Let's see whether or not they could actually bring it through, right? A little bit of a sneaky push coming through there, but Puncher trying to sneak up the ridge, cooks up the nades, takes a bit of damage in response as well. But could this be on the money? P6, I'm loving that position coming through, and they capitalize on it as they now push on forward, finding the angles on towards zero tolerance. And that is what the side of Titans show here. Zero tolerance as they move in and they sweep clean the players from zero. What a play that was. Already 7 eliminations to their name. Currently leading the pack with the aggression here. But still several more teams for them to take aim at.
Virtual Gaming's very, very close to center zone, left to their own devices. Lag, out in the open, just ready for the pick'ems here from Titans, who confirm them out back into the lobby. And Leaders as well, just picking up points beautifully. These teams now look towards Leaders and Virtual Gaming as well as Titans in terms of numbers. If Myth can get those reses, then we might have 4 teams with all 4 players in this final zone.
Well, we went from a super challenging zone on that first Erangel, moving into this one, proving to be quite a challenge itself as well. As we can see, the players coming through now from the side of Leaders rather, looking to play that western angle. Titans situated down south. We got 777 Reef now just playing a little bit more of an aquatic play here. But they could be found out momentarily as the rest of the squads are sitting on 4 players apiece. And this is going to be an absolutely brutal finish. Virtual Gaming set up within the zone, right? They've got themselves situated. They've got the controlling angles. Now all they need to do is leverage that as we are down to our final 4 squads. Duking it out for that winner chicken dinner. But no one has taken that plunge to push in towards this next phase just yet.
Virtual Gaming, I was saying prime position for them. Zeus, as you can see, raining down hellfire towards Leaders Esports. Quite a reach, but they are going for any and every possible opportunity here as they try and take control of the zone. And again, 4 teams, 4 players each in a final zone, DK. This is going to be a fight for the finish.
Yep, definitely going to be quite a bit of a sweaty fight if we're being honest. But here we go now. Leaders trying to make a bit of a stand here, coming in alongside Virtual Gaming. Virtual could have this one in the bag, but they need to just prioritize these positions. We can see a big barrage of utilities now getting sent out. Gary Boy is going to be taking the plunge, rushing straight on forward, looking to get themselves situated. Narrowly escapes that knock coming through. And now this could be the opportunity for the Titans also to capitalize and apply the pressure. But look at the utilities getting sent in once again. Rangers heading it up. It's going to be Morteza down for the count. Virtual Gaming sitting on 7, and this could be theirs. Still quite a bit of a pressure play at hand here, as we can see Shadow Wind now sneaking on through. Virtual Gaming looking super confident, super comfortable. Gaddafi doing their due diligence. Myth up ahead. Let's see how this one goes as leaders now feel that sting come in and everything now rides on Shadow Wind.
Oh, just snaking in the grass, trying to stay alive. Don't know how long that is going to be an option. Titan Gaming, in the meanwhile, has spotted out just a pixel here of Zeus, and that confirmation does mean that we have our final top 3. Puncher, of course, has kept very good eyes on Virtual Gaming here, and as they take the southern approach, my only question is, what is Virtual Gaming going to do with this split? I mean, Zeus, all out in the open alone.
I mean, this is gonna be a very, very risky play. I mean, this could be actually quite a nice split though for Zeus. Having that extra information accessible from where they are situated, but it's going to be up to the Titans to see whether or not they will be allowing any of that to be played out. As you can see that pop coming in, and again, right, just snuffing that position out.
Initially, I thought they were going for, like, you know, Zeus being the bait, and they come through with the switch and get that pick on towards Titans, but didn't quite fall off. That vehicle explosion already just the shortfall of Zeus, and they will be bleeding out in the zone while the rest of Virtual Gaming look for that winner chicken dinner. And all of these teams now, well, they are left to snake it on through into the zone as it centers between all of our teams. An equal opportunity here for everyone for this final point, DK.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. Now, the final chance, right? 3 teams left. 9 locked in for Titans. Still sitting on an absolute full squad. The same can be said here for Myth. But Virtual Gaming now looking to patch up their position. Still going to be feeling that pressure come in as Farokh now gets taken down for Myth. The angles come in. Gaddafi getting traded up as Moment finds the spray. Looking to close it up once again. Oh, but gets taken down in retaliation. Beautiful back and forth across the board. But the Titans still clinging to their numbers. Meanwhile, Virtual, Myth feeling the pressure building. And look at this now. It is going to be Moment to get traded on down. Slow, steady creep coming through from Virtual. 10 eliminations already locked into their name. Titans also sitting on those double digits. But they have the numbers advantage. Let's see for how much longer they can maintain this pressure.
And meanwhile, Virtual Gaming just sitting back and watching this unfold between Titans and Myth. Well, for the time being, I would say tunnel visioning towards each other, right? They are just looking towards these two. They are not even thinking about Virtual Gaming, who's being left to their own devices to plot something mysterious coming through. Broly up close and personal here with Ramsey to try and take on the Titans, who are still 4 players full.
Well, let's see how this goes. Ramsey looking pretty grim at this point in time. Virtual also about to get a bit of a fluster coming in as a Gaddafi gets traded. It's going to be Buncher now looking to lay it on as thick as they can manage it. Clutching it out, taking down the entirety of Virtual Gaming in one swoop. And with that, they secure themselves the winner chicken dinner. Titans reigning supreme with 14 eliminations to their name.
Oh, I love that. My goodness. Okay, I was worried about Virtual Gaming. I was like, okay, listen, we can't just sit and think about Myths here. Titans, they need to keep their heads on a swivel here. But Puncher took that role all by himself, taking out the entirety of Virtual Gaming and then even getting a couple of final hits into Myth as well. That was an incredible finish here from Titans. This is something that I was waiting for. Once again, a win for them on Erangel, and what a beautiful finish there.
Yeah, I mean, they were preluding a little bit to that, or alluding to that rather, on our very first day, right? Titans really keeping up quite a contentious push on our very first day, and it does seem like they were able to replicate those efforts moving into this second one. But of course, looking at their performance coming through from the first Erangel, also a very, very successful run coming through from Titans. So they've been showing some great consistency on both our Erangels. We know that they locked in that second position with 10 eliminations. This time, they just went even further, locking in chicken dinner and 14 eliminations. I mean, that is absolutely amazing for the Titan team, and I'm excited to see how that's going to translate into the remainder of our day.
Absolutely. Again, we've seen this performance coming through from Titan on the first day. They were a little bit quiet coming through on the second, and now, well, surprise, surprise, first day of, I guess, the weekend after the break, and they have just such beautiful energy to take us even further. If they do take us further, because the next map is going to be Miramar, and their performance on Miramar, I feel like, has been also just give and take. There is some opportunities where I feel like Titans are running away with the competition, and then other opportunities where, again, they have to be the survivors fighting for the finish, fighting for the opportunity to stay, well, alive. So, beautiful finish. I love to see this dominating performance coming through from them.
Well, speaking of performances, we are going to be taking a quick look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure in our second Erangel. It's going to be none other than the Titans sitting up in pole position with a lovely, lovely 29 points to their name. Virtual Gaming coming in pretty strong here, right? 11 eliminations, 21 points secured. And what a great improvement that was coming from our first Erangel. Virtual Gaming finished all the way in 15th in the first game. This time stepping up, locking in a second place.
Woo! Okay, this is quite a bit to break down. Obviously, we had 1 million going out in 8th place with 6 points. Looking at Titans with 29. A beautiful opportunity once again just to inch closer and closer to the top. Myths as well making that appearance. Seoul Esports as well. You know, we were worried about them falling off a little bit sooner in the previous map. They made a splash. They picked up those 7 eliminations. They even took out one of our most consistent teams like VST Gaming. Second page, of course, also looking a little bit, well, leaving me a little bit perturbed because Blackjack making an appearance, as well as a little bit from Desert Flame.
Yeah, I mean, points are points at the end of the day, but, you know, it was a really tough play there for Wave, One Round Legends, and Super Young Stars. And that was their final opportunity to bring any performances over on Erangel itself. But, you know, you can't have your bread buttered on both sides, so you got to take whatever hand it is that you are dealt. But at least we've been seeing teams bring in those increases in their performances, right? Yes, we know that we had 4 squads from the previous game sitting this one out and 4 other squads swapping places with them. But still, we are seeing the consistent play from the first Erangel that we had today being replicated straight into the second one, right? We saw the pressure, the plays being brought in by Titans. They were just, you know, back on the money once again. But as we look across the board, right, a team like VST, for instance, right, they had a little bit of a tough run on the first Erangel, but it happened again to them coming into the second one. And that's not really what we want to see from a team that is so well situated on the leaderboard.
I feel like I just made that speech about them being one of the most consistent teams, and then here we are literally talking about what has been happening in the last 2 maps. I do feel like, again, they can shake it off, and because of the performances that they've been laying down, they have that safety net to warrant them still being in the top 12 after a map or 2 like this. So they're not out of the running for that Livik bonus, you know, point map. They're not out of the running for still having their first week being a really good one because of those first 2 days. I would just be worried if this is a trend that continues throughout the weekend, because then, yes, then they are in contention for dropping off from that top 12.
Well, I mean, they still have 2 more opportunities today. Well, they have a few opportunities still today. Not quite sure if it's exactly 2, but they have opportunities still to try and bring in those improvements. Well, yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough run because the competition is just so tough. I mean, any moment where the team is not performing at their fullest, that opens up the chances for another team to jump at those opportunities and just look to capitalize on it. I mean, we saw these plays coming through from Team Myth in our first game, and that very consistent push coming through. I mean, I know we've said Titans, but it's Titans, right? They're showing consistency. They're doing the deeds. And I think at the end of the day, at least today, is looking to be a very favorable performance for a team like Titans.
Definitely, and it's good once again to, instead of be referencing to them, well, the fighters, you know, the survivors, they were the dominating force on Erangel. They were the team to be feared. They were the team bringing in such a Titan-like performance. You know, that Thanos performance we were talking about on the first day. They brought it back, and they brought it back in such an interesting fashion as well. The way that they handled those final points, Puncher. Massive shout out to Puncher coming on through with huge plays. There's nothing more that I can tell them other than thank you. That was very well done and very interesting to watch.
But we also did see TEAMLAG also just stepping up their overall situation, right? First match over on Erangel, locked into that 12th place finish. Coming into the second visit, right, they upped it. They jumped up 5 slots. They moved up into the 7th place finish, also walking away with those 7 points to their name. So definitely we're seeing a little bit of that consistent building coming through. The teams might not have the most glorious performance, but at least they are continuously bringing in those points. And we saw the same thing coming through from Blackjack, right?
Yeah.
4 points. 4 points is definitely better than not being dealt any points whatsoever. So it's great to see the team still challenging themselves and the opposition, looking to see where they can find those points, how they can find those points, and how they could look to improve the overall point situation itself.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very curious to see if the teams are going to, take this up as a challenge and be like, cool, now it's our turn. We're going to prove that sort of performance as we want to, as we, a similar Titan fashion. We're going to be the next puncher. We're going to be doing the next 1 million crazy things. If I am speculating, if I'm, sort of just asking the universe and asking the teams that this is what I want from you, I do want to see Wave. I want to see Super Young Stars. I want to see Desert Flame on Miramar bringing that performance, bringing that Thanos-like performance through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of expecting the players there from Desert Flame to ring the bell on Miramar. It's a map that we've said before. We know Desert Flame to be super proficient on that game, on that map rather, but we have not seen them really finding the necessary luck in accomplishing exactly that. And of course, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match over on Erangel, just to remind you of how insane it was.
And of course, we do have to start off with virtual gaming. We have to start off with Zeus here, just throwing some punches of their own. But the rest of the teams, again, just staying active. I mean, Desert Flames even picking apart at least 1 or 2 of VST. This drive-by from Seoul Esports was the starting point to Seoul Esports showcasing that, listen, they came to play. They came for those eliminations today.
Yeah, I mean, they want to really, really keep the tension as high as they can. And looking at what we had yesterday, right? Yesterday, we had the 3 Miramar maps being played out, with our first map being quite a successful one coming through for the players there from 1 round. But moving into match number 4, we know 1 round, they're not going to be out on the battlefield this time around, right? They're going to be sitting it out for their 1 round, as they have to do. We don't have to wait any much longer to see what the teams in the flight path will have in store for us, as we are jumping straight into the action. Of course, we did see Team Myth also stepping up yesterday with quite a substantial performance, locking in such a favorable performance for themselves. That was, of course, their second winner with a chicken dinner, actually the first one that they got in the PMPL itself. And maybe this could be another potential play at that for them to move in.
I would be very curious. I'm also loving the fact that we are having such an opportunity for teams to really jump into their favorite spots, right? Hacienda del Patron is obviously up for grabs. I feel like the southern points, so where we've seen Titans, showcase their presence before, might not necessarily be up for grabs this time around, but the change-ups are there in terms of the groups, and we'll say it's okay. It's all right. The rest that I'm looking at, I don't know, where are some of the points that you feel we've had a little bit too many teams drop as of recently?
Well, if the flight path allows it, we did see quite a few teams actually moving on towards that Los Leones and surrounding area. But this time around, seeing that the flight path is so much further towards the northern side, there you can see the teams that are really committed to dropping in that region, pushing towards it as best they can. Now, one of the teams we know that like to frequent that Los Leones position is going to be the players there from Blackjack, but they're going to have their work cut out for them as we see the zone now moving up in towards the northwestern territory. But as we can see also then, there's a little beautiful road leading out of Los Leones, which they can use as a rotational pathway to get themselves situated. So I'm not too worried at the time for this whole eastern edge, right? Super Young Stars, Zero Tolerance, they got the north, and then we got Blackjack, Virtual Gaming, and the players from Darkness situated on towards that eastern side itself. But I'm more focused on to what's going to be happening in the zone itself, right? As we can see, San Martin getting a lot of love there once again. We got Desert Flame dropping into the usual location. We got the players from Wave situated to the east. And then, of course, Slime 4KT just to the north.
I do like that. I mean, even the location there of Arab Golden, we are jumping into a very, sort of very well distributed, well split up, opportunities for the teams to really bring forth their best possible performances. 1 million there towards Al Pozzo, currently left to their own devices. I mean, Arab Golden left to their own devices. I'm seeing a few possible points for contention, such as Desert Flame, maybe a little bit close to Wave, maybe a little bit close to Triple Esports, who are currently very split up. I guess running with that Sanhok strat that we saw earlier. We'll see if they're going to be tightening things up and maybe just focusing towards power grid for the time being. But overall, looking very good, looking very respectful from the teams.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of split drop coming through from Titan, it could work out on Miramar. It is a map that kind of lends itself to an opportunity like that. They just need to try and bring in that condensing rotation a little bit later on. So I'm not too phased about them at this point in the game. But of course, looking over towards the players here from the Titans, we can see them situated far up in towards that northwestern side, right? All the way up towards the ruins, almost in trailer parks. So that is a very, very westerly position to be in. But they are going to be uncontested for the time being. The same can be said, of course, for the players here from Arab Golden. She pointed out before, all the way in towards La Cobreria. So a very comfortable kind of looting start for a lot of these teams. But then we need to turn our attention to where these rotations are going to be taking them. Because we know they need to rush through this phase, through this stage, to get themselves set up in anticipation for that next shift. And they've got only a few more seconds left on the clock.
And like you said, Titan's very far out into the edge, and definitely one of the furthest. I say also zero tolerance. Like, they're basically hiding from us on the map, DK. They said, listen, you don't get to know where I'm hiding, okay? Unless the observers come through, you don't get this information for free. But looking at what is very interesting to me is we've got very, very few stragglers, right? We've got such an immediate focus on those early placements. And of course, that is to do because we had such a complementary flight path and zone. But it does mean that those early setups are going to come through. It does mean that sort of level of peace is going to come through, because I feel like today has been very back-to-back. It's been a lot quicker, I would say, than previous days has been. The teams haven't really, I guess, had their breather yet. We started with Sanhok, we went on to the two Erangels, we haven't had a breather of Miramar up until now. So the teams will be like, okay, we don't have to think about third parties, at least for another couple of seconds.
Well, we can see that fast-paced gameplay really now still coming through here, right? The teams being quick on the rotations, getting themselves a little bit more established within that zone. We do see quite a few positions still open for the taking, but a majority of those favorable angles have been occupied. Pozzo is occupied, Cobreria is up, Montenuevo is up, Chumacera is not within range, so that's not at play at this point in time. But strangely enough, we're not really seeing a mass convergence of teams moving in towards San Martin, right? Even the players from Desert Flame, they've opted to disengage from that region and instead got themselves situated on a little bit more of those elevated angles. But now we get to see how the team's going to be looking to play this one out, right? Legends of War situated up in towards Montenuevo have a good opportunity here to get themselves looted up and then start to build up a bit of a snowball effect. And hopefully this could be a more favorable game for them.
I'll tell you what, I am very much keeping my eye out on Super Young Stars and Zero Tolerance. Super Young Stars keep teetering towards Zero Tolerance. They keep getting closer and closer towards them. And I'm staring at this point of the map right now because I'm like, okay, have they gotten that information? And they are, in some cases, just teasing Zero Tolerance, saying, hey, we know where you are, just, let's get some space going here. Or they maybe jumping between that hesitation of, do we jump into this for now? It does seem that the turnaround has come through and CP Young Stars are making a dash for that zone entry point, but up until now, I will admit I have just been staring at that point of the screen.
Well, I mean, CP Young Stars have a lot of ground to cover, and as we can see, the players here from Wave, they're also now going to be trying out a few of their own plays, right? They still have the entirety of Hacienda del Patron to move in to get themselves situated, take the occupation of it. But another team that is yet to find a good entry into zone is going to be the players here from Darkness, right? All the way over towards that eastern side. But it does seem like their rotational pathway could be somewhat comfortable. No one really to be opposing them along the way should they continue on this trend. And now it's going to come down to where they're going to be looking to get themselves situated. Meanwhile, Desert Flame are going to be jumping at the opportunity here to take a few swings at Slime 4KT.
Ooh, I am loving this. I mean, again, scopes, guns, they are prepped for this exact opportunity. So, just a couple of pot shots, getting themselves a little bit of damage dealt, and again, just huge opportunities. DK though, I have a question, a very important question for you.
Mm.
Favorite location on Miramar to pronounce?
Favorite one to pronounce?
Yes, your favorite one to say, like you like to say, Team Umbra. What
Ooh.
what name
Haci-
on Miramar
Hacienda
does
del
that for you?
Patron.
Ah,
Hacienda del Patron. It has to be that one, and yeah, that's gonna be it.
I'm gonna say Monte Nuevo for me because I always struggle with it.
Well,
It
speaking about
always just take me.
struggles, speaking
Mhm.
about struggles, right? We are seeing Six God having a little bit of, well, shots dealt in their direction. Did get knocked on down, and that came through from the side there of Triple Esports. Some very good, tough contenders coming through so far that we've seen today. Going to be looking to see how they will play this one out, but also now perched up high, it's going to be Lazy Boy taking the aim down on towards the Beast, and we have the rest of the squad also positioned off in the distance. And this is actually quite a favorable angle to be playing, especially looking at where the zone has situated itself.
Mm. I do like the Beast now trying to just get some of that space closed, and for the time being, I feel like 1 million might not be aware of that happening, at least in terms of the angle that they've been holding. Obviously, if they push up, they might get that information quicker than what Mad Knight would like in this situation. But for the time being, we will just keep an eye out on those elimination feeds. I do like Virtual Gaming and Blackjack taking that push there towards the southern point of the zone, just in terms of where the teams were previously at. In terms of the situation now, however, this is going to be a little bit precarious.
Yes, and speaking about being precarious, right? We see the players here from Leaders Esports now finding quite a few spray downs on towards Mad Knight. I mean, Mad Knight being dealt a relatively tough hand. They had the players there from 1 million, not too far away, just firing down upon them from up high. But now all the pressure turns to the Beast and Kingerman. Oh, looking for a little bit of a continuation here. Looking to see if they can find these angles on towards Leaders, but it's going to be Morteza. Now looking to find the closure, lock in those 2 eliminations, and get themselves off to a really good start moving in. The first elimination has been dealt. You can see Carry Boy stepping up there. But let's see who will be the next one to find it. Morteza, so close there to Tyson. Just needs to breathe hard enough. And that could be what is required to lock it in. Shadowin coming in for a bit of reinforcement. But Kingerman and the Beast now looking to rethink their strategy moving through the remainder of this game.
Yeah, look, it is going to sting a little bit because the Beast was just moving with that, little bit of a flank maneuver on towards 1 million, closing that gap, trying to get some height, going for them. And now they just have to throw that plan away, and they rather have to opt for a little bit more of a strategic and calculated maneuver moving into this rest of the zone so that they can try and maximize the points that they're going to be bringing in for their team. As Mad Knights, yeah, could do with a little bit of a bolster in their current rankings. Triple Esports, on the other hand, have just started showing us a very interesting side of themselves today, and I now want to see that replicated on Miramar and see how they would bring in that same level of energy.
Well, all will be revealed momentarily, but for the time being, there's going to be the players here from Triple now. Just sending out a few of those sprays. Look at see if they can find any damage on towards 1 million. You can see the vehicle starting to show some signs of wear way up high. And that's the risk of trying to pull the vehicles up there, right? Someone's going to spot you bringing in that push. And fortunately, Triple Esports were pretty reactive, but it's not locked in yet. We also see P6 adopting a very similar kind of play, also going for a little bit more of an elevated position. So I think it's going to come down to whose peak is it anyway, right? 1 million and Titans now playing up on high.
Whose peak is it anyway? Okay, we're gonna bring that in. Yeah, they feel a little bit like meerkats just peeking over and looking like, hello. Can I take your vehicle? No, you can take mine though, but perhaps. I did in the meantime see Lazy Boy just falling off, literally. But I see that they are back. They are res. They are going to be joining the action still. Arab Golden has found Triple Esports, and I feel like this is a prime moment once again for Arab Golden. We keep talking about those pivotal moments and these engagements that Arab Golden can take against a team like Triple Esports. This could prove that momentum for them moving through into the rest of Miramar.
Well, I mean, it could be quite a substantial play for them to be making here. But looking at that zone shift, it is going to be moving down into San Martin, and that is going to be absolutely amazing for Desert Flame, moving right into their home ground, their home turf. But first, quite a few teams need to get themselves resituated, right? Triple going to be taking aim on towards leaders. Esports is wasted, gets knocked right on down. A quick response coming through in retaliation here. But, I mean, leaders, I'm liking the setup that they've got, right? Holding on to some of these positions. Again, being able to gather quite a bit of information here. But Triple not going to let them slide through on that one just yet. They are going to be looking to mount the assault as we can see them now starting to move in. Black could be finding some sweet, sweet plays onto Shadowin and locking in those eliminations. But they are in a position where they can actually afford to kind of push this engagement as far as they want to, right? Because there's no one really in the vicinity to challenge them for this region.
No, yeah, they definitely have some fantastic space and time to work with to give us an answer to this contention. Who is going to be taking the W out of this one, and who is going to be reigning supreme with those eliminations? Already leaders, they picked up those 3 eliminations. They're sitting pretty in terms of the most that we have on our current scoreboard. As we move through, they definitely won't say no to potentially adding a 4th in the form of Black 7, who is just hiding and trying to sneak along the ridgeline here, gathering that information for their team as the rest rotates and reposition in a more favorable opportunity here to back Black 7 up here. And yeah, Darkness, I'm sorry, but goodbye. We see you in the next Miramar.
Yeah, unfortunate play coming through there for the side of Darkness, but the aggression will continue. As you can see, 7 Reef playing a really distant angle here, trying to see if they can maybe find those long-range sprays up towards the side there from leaders. And the engagement will continue for a little while longer, right? The rest of the teams, though, very spread out alongside the edge of zone. We did see 1 million and Titan clashing heads along the way. Black 7 going to be sneaking up steadily, holding their ears open for the time being, waiting for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a vantage point to try and capitalize. But the engagement will continue now between 1 million and Titan, as both these teams are looking to get themselves a little bit more situated. But look at that, though. Axa just lays it down as Lazy Boy gets absolutely obliterated. The vehicle blown to smithereens, and Teak lends a bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, Axa was the saving grace for Titans on Erangel before, and once again, just finding a peak opportunity here. Just taking one off of the big dogs, which is 1 million, who have still yet to get a winner chicken dinner so far for today. And I'm not saying they need to get a winner chicken dinner every single day, but the record is looking pretty nice. It's looking pretty sweet. Myth, on the other hand, making that rotation on end just on the outskirts of the zone, and I worry that they might be gatekept here by Slime 4KT, who could set themselves up a little bit earlier if they take the direct route.
Yeah, they're definitely in a position to do exactly that. But, I mean, looking at the shift going through once again, it is looking absolutely phenomenal now for Desert Flame. But they still have a few contenders in the vicinity that they need to try and deal with. But as we return back to the north, it is going to be the players here from Myth now to continue the aggression over onto Slime, but both teams look to disengage and get themselves instead situated and repositioned in towards the zone. Wave is going to be part of the welcoming committee here, potentially onto the side of Myth, and this is where things are going to get quite challenging, rotating up in towards San Martino, at least that western side of it. But look at Zakaria now, just perched up high, looking to elevate themselves and just capitalize on these positions.
I'm loving these long-range engagements. I'm loving the fact that we are seeing this superior gunpower coming through. And again, all of the teams have made that statement. All of them can kick it with the big dogs. There's a reason they are here in the first place. They can hit these shots. Myth, on the other hand, yeah, recovering well from some losses. Ramsey now sitting with a nade in the face and going back to the lobby. Sorry about that one. I next time will not do that. In the meantime, Desert Flame, they've picked up that one elimination. They're turning their attention here towards Blackjack Esports. So, prime opportunity for them as well.
I mean, this could be the definitely the game for Desert Flame now to build that momentum once again, right? They are in such a beautiful position, but all they got to do is now just keep their wits about them. As we can see, it is going to be Blackjack looking to apply a little bit of that pressure all the way from San Martin itself. But that, of course, is going to be drawing in the attention from the players there of Virtual Gaming coming in from that southern edge. And as we look over on towards our western side, it's going to be the Legends of War now finding themselves alongside the players here from Titan and our Lone Ranger coming through from the side of Triple Esports.
Oh, 7 Reef, unfortunately. Ooh. Again, you can't give pixels out here. Pixels get you taken out. Axa, once again, just finding the prime angle here. But Legends of War might be the saving grace for 7 Reef, who can push on through and get that confirmation onto T. At least take one number away from Triple. At least, from Titans. At least give them a little bit of a heartache here for trying to take you out.
Yeah, but again, we see also the players there from Arab Golden just looking to leverage those high positions there. As you can see, Angelo fortunately being able to evade a lot of the carnage heading in their direction. But Angelo coming in with a beautiful spray down with that Uzi not too long ago. But Zero Tolerance now also trying to sneak themselves into contention here, coming in alongside the super young stars. And it is going to be Shero looking to hold up the hopes and dreams for the super young stars. But look at this wave now looking to make their rush. It is going to be Slime quick on the trigger there, looking to see if Kao can find any of those spray downs. But I'm loving this positional play, right? The team's really utilizing the terrain, and Skydo is going to be capitalizing on Slime's distraction and instead pushes in with a third-party hit.
This is exactly what they need, because they find themselves in that sandwich situation, right? They are getting pressured from a lot of points here, and they need to alleviate that. They need to get themselves space moving into the zone, and that starts by just taking off some of these competitors. Kao now down, trying to get those HPs up and running, but Pronto also in a spot of trouble to try and make that happen. Paradox moving on closer to just inspect what is happening here and maybe get those confirmations.
But I'm quite happy to see that the players here from Zero Tolerance are putting a lot of effort and a lot of focus on the aggression, right? Already locking in those 3 eliminations. We know so far that they've been doing pretty favorable with regards to their placement points, really succeeding on that side. But now looking to put the effort on the aggression, trying to bring in that additional balance, and that could definitely aid in getting them much better situated on the overall rankings. Meanwhile, it's going to be Desert Flame still in the game, 14 teams still alive. But as you can see, quite a few stragglers now starting to appear across the field. But Legends of War still going to be holding a very steady position here. Not going to be moving out just yet. And I do think, should they decide to do exactly that, Titans are going to be more than willing to just help them all the way back into the lobby.
And in this moment, in that zone shift, we had 2 teams making massive dashes for the center zone. It's Arab Golden and Virtual Gaming. Wave, in the meantime, are still fighting for the opportunity to stay alive here. And Pronto behind enemy lines here, and will be spotted out by a buggy right to the face.
Oh, that is super unfortunate, but of course, Wave just riding high as you can see them pushing forward, trying to find themselves in the zone. Of course, another contender for them is going to be Zero Tolerance. You can see Paradox now just starting to circle around. They know that there's someone in the vicinity, but this is where Zero Tolerance needs to be super careful, because they could see themselves rolling in to the place there from Arab Golden. Shero, in the meanwhile, is going to be just keeping a nice, steady, quiet position. Just trying to play that lurky game. Doesn't want to get found out just yet. But Marshall also now adopting a very similar approach with Lord pulling up alongside them.
Imagine a car just knocking at your door ready to take you out. Yeah, no, I would be very scared. Marshall, though, yes, having to just stay alive. The last remaining hopeful Titan in the meantime, they got the pressure. Legends of War, hello, welcome to you. Let's see what they can do in this scenario.
Oh, I can tell you one thing, right? If you hear a vehicle knocking at your door in PUBG, it's definitely not Uber. But as we can see now, it is going to be the players from Legends of War looking to piece themselves back together over on towards this western side. Still have all their players in the game, but now it is going to be Titans looking to throw in a few nades as Axa comes rushing on forward, looking to create a bit of an opening. P6 just holding that off-angle position. Looking to see if they can maybe bring anything in from that side. But I'm loving this fight bringing in between both these teams, right? They are in a position where they can actually afford to take this altercation and not be too worried about any of those third-party plays coming to their direction. But now, it's going to be Legends of War looking to get themselves just on these rooftops. Oh, out comes the mollies, and that's the cue for Axa to come rushing on forward. Finds a bit of damage, and comes in with a drop shot to hit it home.
Axa, once again, the survivor for Titans, but it unfortunately wasn't enough this time around. 1 million as well got eliminated. So, in a matter of seconds, our 2 biggest teams just, bam, they're off for the time being. Blackjack is dealing so much damage here to Desert Flame.
Oh, and up they come with that rush, but it is going to be Desert Flame on the defensive, looking to see if they can hold themselves in contention here, but it is now all riding on 6 God as the molly gets deployed, doesn't really succeed in landing right upon 6. But this could be that opportunity for quick little reset to come through. Let's see whether or not Blackjack's going to be looking to close this one up. Phoenix is going to be braving the flames as they come rushing straight on forward. A little bit of a jump shot, and off they go. Locks it in. And Desert Flame gets snuffed out in 8th place. 1 elimination to their name. But up comes Virtual Gaming looking to ride the storm as they send the nade in. And Zeus takes down MG.
We've got 2 remaining hopefuls here now for Blackjack Esports to try and hold on to the line. There's no real option here to get MG back and into the action. Virtual Gaming still holding the line as Chronal drops to the floor with barely 10 HP. Zeus dealing some huge damage here. Takes down Chronal, takes down Phoenix, and takes down Blackjack Esports as they get sent back into the lobby, waiting to see what our top 6 will do.
Wow, Zeus with an absolutely insane play coming through right there. But looking at the zone, it is going to be Legends position smack dab center. Legends of War, though. Well, I said Legends, I meant Leaders. It is going to be Legends of War now looking to creep on up as well. Looking to get themselves in contention here. Sneaking up on the Leaders. You can see Morteza and the rest of the crew just holding on to those ridge lines. Trying to see if they can play these vantage points, but they have to work their way on in. As we have the players from Virtual Gaming also inching their way forward from the eastern approach. Wave still in play, as you can see them situated just off in the distance. But it's going to be up to whatever Zero Tolerance is going to be looking to bring to the table, right? They are looking to make that play on the northern edge. But Leaders, they want to secure themselves in center zone.
Absolutely, and picking up those 6 eliminations, they are definitely feeling the momentum. Paradox and Skydo, in the meantime, have moved on a little bit closer. Legends of War have joined them alongside them, and now Virtual Gaming turning their attention here to Wave Esports, which puts them down to only 1 remaining hopeful trying to stay alive.
Oh, we got utilities flying. That could be it now for the Legends of War as they find a little bit of damage on towards Zero Tolerance. Paradox, the final contender, finds yet another hit, but in comes the nade to lock it in, and off they go. 4 eliminations on board for Legends of War. Still in the running here, as we can see. Also then Wave on the opposite end, but now look at this. The Leaders come rushing on forward, sending out a barrage of utilities, finding knocks here, there, and everywhere in between. Mowing now, quickly trying to pull that res off, but Legends trying to now get themselves in a position here. They need to try and push through Leaders, and up comes the spray, and it is going to be the end. Leaders of War getting taken out in 5th place, at least walking away with those 4 eliminations.
No, that is massive. Well done to Leaders of War, Legends of War for making that push forward. Virtual Gaming in the meantime, with their 3, will make that 2 in a bit, make that 2.5 players still left alive in this. I was going to say left to their own devices, but now Leaders immediately turned around to get that return on investment. Arab and of course Wave still in this. They are still holding the line and waiting for an opportunity to jump into the action.
Yeah, but they can't wait for too much longer as they are going to be pushed by that blue zone, forcing them forward. You see Gaddafi now coming through for Virtual Gaming, keeping a steady angle, looking to see if they can find a good play. But Zeus, gets taken down on the opposite end. Down they go, the confirmation. Almost locked in here by Carry Boy, but Legends could have this one in the bag as they step up with such a phenomenal force, just rushing on forward. Out comes the mollies, the nades, and everything in between as they lock it in. 3 teams remain. There's going to be 2 solo players coming through up alongside Legend, or Leaders, Esports rather, in contention for that winner chicken dinner. It's going to be Ivar now cooking up a nade. We get to send it over, gets found out, and down they go. Angelo, the only player standing between Leaders Esports and a winner chicken dinner. This, of course, could be their 2nd chicken. Let's see, will they succeed? This could be a very easy play, but still, it ain't over until it's over. And Angelo now about to get touched by the blue as it closes on up. Let's see where that play is going to go.
That stand-up has to come through, but as soon as Angelo does that, well, they know exactly what's going to happen. And at this point in time, it just seems like they will be staying safe, and Leaders will be taking the winner chicken dinner, as you mentioned, 2nd in the pockets. And of course, they've done so well, both in the last 2 days, the last 2 days of play, to pick up these fantastic performances and to really finish off very strong.
Yeah, definitely looking to build that momentum. As we know, yesterday they had quite an amazing day, and so far looks like they've been having quite a bit of success already over on Miramar. But now, all will be revealed once we get into that final play on Miramar once again. But what a great rush that was coming through from leaders, really showing great competence, moving through, holding their numbers strong, and just capitalizing on any opportunity.
Also, shout out to Legends of War coming through in top 5, top 6 with those eliminations right on top of that. That's going to bolster their current placements by such a huge amount based on their previous performances. So very, very good start from them coming through. And again, I say it's a start because I don't want it to end. I don't want any of these teams to let up the pressure they are applying to their competition.
Yeah, I mean, some really commendable performance coming through across the board. And that's what we love to see, right? Teams coming out of left field, just rushing on forward. And with that, I'm pointing case in point straight on towards the players there from Legends of War, stepping up and really bringing in such a substantial performance. And I think this could be potentially the first of many yet to come, as they've now shown that they are capable in succeeding, locking in those eliminations, picking up good placement points alongside that as well. And as we know, they were able to secure themselves 4 eliminations. So what a way to finish off our very first Miramar for the day.
Absolutely. This is the kind of energy I was hoping they would bring through. And as we said, the teams really haven't had that break. They haven't had that opportunity to take a breather, to be like, okay, cool, it's Miramar. We've got some space to work with. And before we get into our next engagement, they have just absolutely been going, starting off with Sanhok, going into the 2 Erangels. Even this Miramar was a lot more active than usual. As you mentioned, they've brought in that energy, they've brought in that aggression, and they carried it through right up until the end. We had a very exciting Miramar with teams not letting up on the engagements. They were not afraid to pick those fights.
I mean, one of the other teams that we saw that was super aggressive as well, right, was the players coming through from Wave Esports, right? They were able to secure themselves 9 eliminations. And then another team that also, well, 2 other teams actually, that did absolutely, well, really good jobs. Was going to be the players there from Blackjack Esports coming in with 8 eliminations to their name, and Zero Tolerance popping off with 7. So it's good to see teams in need of those points really dropping those aggressions and stepping up to the plate, stepping up to the challenge. And of course, talking about stepping up, right? We got to step it up with some sponsor callouts as well. So big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And also got to give a lot of love out to Oppo as well. So with Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series.
Love it. I absolutely love it. They were both here. We could celebrate them in their beautiful, beautiful performances, and as well as obviously for sponsoring this beautiful tournament that has brought so much opportunity and engagement from the Africa region. From the spring season all the way to the fall season, these 2 sponsors have been with us every step of the way, as have these teams and as have our viewers. So at this point in time, I'm very curious to see what the viewers are thinking about the next map and who they are absolutely shouting their minds out for to win the next Winner Chicken Dinner. That didn't quite make sense, but it's okay. We're going to go take a look at those match rankings to see how that Miramar actually did pan out.
Well, as we can see, it is going to be Leaders Esports taking pole position. No surprise on that front. 13 eliminations alongside the winner Chicken Dinner puts them on a very comfortable 28 points to their name. And now, the Wave Esports, as I was talking about, right? Locking in those 9 eliminations. We see Zero Tolerance there as well as Blackjack. And it's great to see these teams really rising with the aggression, finding those points. Man, it looks so, so nice to have these strong numbers right there.
Absolutely, and it's great to see both an appearance from Legends of War, but Blackjack Esports, Zero Tolerance. These are names we haven't been able to, talk about in a while. Zero Tolerance, they picked up that winner chicken dinner before. Blackjack Esports, fantastic performances from them as well. As we move on to our second page, we of course finish off with this first page being Titan Gaming in 8th place, Triple Esports just behind them in 9th place, and then we obviously start to trickle down. But what a weird amount of names, or the very weird names specifically, to have from 11th till 16th on the second page of a Miramar map.
Yeah, it's names that we are not too accustomed to seeing situated in those positions. Also, a little bit of a tough play coming through from Desert Flame. I'm liking the fact that Desert Flame put in the efforts, right? We could see that they were trying, based on their positional play, based on the way that they were taking these altercations, that they were really trying to get themselves into a more than favorable kind of finish. Unfortunately, RNG was not in their favor, and they got taken out with only those 2 points to the name. But again, points are points, and that's what's going to be absolutely essential while we take a quick look at a few highlights from this past match.
Oh, nades. That's all I want to say. Nades are so good on Miramar. We saw Ramsey unfortunately being taken out here. But of course, the action did not stop. Zero tolerance, they made those pushes. They made those drive-bys in the form of Wave Esports. And there was a lot of aggression from teams just making sure that they were making space for themselves as they were moving along. Clearing those angles, clearing those corners, clearing the buildings, making sure that they were making those safe. And, well, very aggressive approaches into the zone.
Yeah, I think there was some healthy showings of aggression coming through, as we did see that being pretty evident looking at our standings. But again, we are yet to see the teams kind of look to replicate that moving through into this final match of the day. But before we find out what exactly the teams have in store for us, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back with our final match of the day.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys? If you don't agree, arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Split for 2022. Absolutely exciting action that we've had so far. In the last match, we did see the players there from Leaders Esports securing their second winner chicken dinner. But now, as we move closer to our final match of the day, this is where we get to see whether or not the teams will be able to replicate the efforts that they brought in this last match. But of course, we also know that the game number 4 that we just had was the final match for our teams over in Group A. So that means Titan Gaming, they are done. They have played their games for the day. Virtual Gaming also done. And the same can be said for Zero Tolerance, as well as the players from the Super Young Stars.
I'm very sad about that because I feel like all of those teams just like started showing us, semblances of their fantastic performance, especially Zero Tolerance. Super Young Stars, they've been on a different sort of track today, and I'm very, very impressed with them, and I hope that they bring that back tomorrow. But we shall bid them adieu as we move into the last Miramar, and I feel like the last Miramar might be a little bit of a surprising one because a lot of those teams that have just now being, sat down and say, well, you're not playing the next map, they are very, very high competition. They are very good competition and have been very surprising today. I feel like they've been throwing a lot of wrench in the works of these teams and their stratagems moving into today. So maybe we might be seeing a more, I guess, sort of just representative performance of what our overall standings look like.
I mean, that would be desirable, I'd say, right? But at the end of the day, taking a look at our overall rankings, we get a bit of an idea as to where these teams are, right? 1 million, no surprise to see them still holding on to that absolutely insane position up at the very top, but we've got even more teams not joining in on those triple digits, right? We've got VST Gaming there, but of course Leaders Esports just strengthening their overall position with that winner chicken dinner, and that's the kind of performance that we want to see come through. As we know, right, based on the amount of points that they were able to secure in this last match, they were just outside the triple digits, and with one match secured themselves all the way up into 4th.
I love it. I do. Leaders Esports, the opportunities, the games that they bring in, they do well. They do exceptionally well. They pick up those massive games, the 20+ points games that just really make a huge stance on that overall leaderboard. And I like the Titans are getting so close to 1 million. The gap of 1 million has nearly been closed within a day. They have been taken out so early, so often today that they haven't had that opportunity to extend their lead, which very exciting for the competition, basically. Second page, looking rather interesting as well. Super Young Stars, again, massive shout out to them. They made that jump from the last page up until 15th.
Yep, I mean, you gotta love it, right? You absolutely have to love it. But of course, one thing that I'm noticing also is that our top 12 teams are pretty close with regards to the points separating them, right? Yes, there is quite a bit of a difference between first and 12th place, but the jump up from 12th to 11th, from 11th to 10th, and onwards, there's not too much of a disparity there. So one good game from either of these teams could see them moving up not even one slot, but several slots. So that is going to result in quite an exciting play coming in on this very last match. But Virtual Gaming, they've secured themselves on those 87 points for today. Now, we're going to be seeing whether or not that has been enough, as we have Wave that had such a successful run in this last Miramar, stepping out onto the battlefield once again. But we are also then yet to see the teams situated on the lower end of this leaderboard looking to double their efforts, right? Legends of War bringing in quite a considerable performance in this last Miramar.
Yeah, they started. Like I said, they started. I want them to continue it because just that glimmer, that opportunity that we've now seen from Legends of War, we know what they're capable of, and we know that we want a little bit more. You know, you can't just take like one bite of a piece of cake. You want the rest of the piece of cake. So I want to see what Legends of War are planning for Miramar, what they're planning to bring through into tomorrow's games as well, because now there's plenty of content, there's plenty of VOD reviews, there's plenty of opportunity and information they can gather to see not only where they can maybe like strengthen up their defenses or their aggression, or maybe where their opponents, you know, might have a little bit of a mistake or something that they can leverage moving into the rest of the maps.
I mean, it's going to be quite exciting for the players from Legends of War to step into this match, right? They've now had the opportunity to show themselves that they can still do it, right? They are still okay. They still possess the talents to bring in those points. And now in one game, they were able to double the amount of points that they had coming into the match. So let's look forward to seeing what they can bring as they move into this last game of the day. Of course, our second Miramar for the day. And again, this is where I'm going to be asking you, what are we expecting to see with that zone positioning, as we already know where the flight path is situated, and we get to see what the teams are going to be doing with it. Of course, we are having a very centralized flight path once again.
I want a little bit of chaos. So let's say zone goes to Creative Fields.
Ooh.
Yes,
Okay.
I want some serious chaos. I want some El Pozo action. You know, I want these teams to stress a little bit. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if we do have more of a central position, if we do have the teams having just all of their, you know, opportunities to get to their favorite spots, I wouldn't be mad.
Okay. All right. I mean, well, we'll see whether or not that's going to be on the cards as we get to the end of that once the zone reveals itself. I'm with you on the fact that we want to see the teams really having to work for it. But on that, I would go for a zone that either goes northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast, any of those kind of extreme positions, right? Because especially looking at the far southern edge and the far northern edge, those regions are quite challenging to play, as we saw now in the last Miramar, which moved up towards the northern edges. Those elevated positions up north are so challenging, and it allows for so many opportunities for teams to try and capitalize on.
Absolutely. And what is also an interesting opportunity is maybe moving a little bit more towards that western part. You know, just okay, well, it's fine. Thank you, map, for not listening to me. We went all the opposite way. We went east. So Darkness, very very happy with their choices.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that they are absolutely smiling at this point in time. I mean, they don't feel like darkness anymore. They feel enlightened, right? Because
Of course,
they
you
are
get
the only team, not only positioned smack dab center zone, but also the only team positioned on this eastern coastline. Yes, we have Seoul and the players from one round further up north, but they are not in the position that Darkness currently find themselves. So this could maybe be the game for Darkness. They are in a position where they could do with a few additional points. I'm not going to, if I'm being honest here, but
Yeah.
maybe this is exactly the match for them to do exactly that.
Enlightened, really? We went there?
Yes,
Very punny today, aren't we?
every day.
It is DK, so what am I saying? But Campo Militar is also having some action with in the form of around 1 million. On the other hand, they have gone all the way down to Valle del Mar. So interesting locations that we find these teams. You know, I do feel that the switch up is once again there. Obviously, Slamful KT and Arab Golden, they did have a hello, how you doing? You know, just comparing the engines in their buggies as they do make a little bit of a drive around, but opting out for potentially just the disengage as we move on further into the rest of this map. And yeah, Darkness definitely smack bam center zone for the first zone at least. So a very comfortable position for them just to get their loot up. In terms of engagements, early potential engagements, I am looking towards Desert Flame and Slime 4KT. Very close to one another, and we know the history between those two teams. So, would be interested to see if they follow suit with that engagement, or if we will actually get that, correct disengagement, because Pronto is a little bit further out than the rest of the team.
A little smidgen. I mean, not too far, but we did see a little bit of that, PUBG GTA action coming through there as well. And for the time being, it is going to be that looting phase. So we're not seeing the teams really being all too close together. I mean, this is Miramar. Looks can be deceiving. Looking at the map, it looks like a team is right on top of another, and then when we get there, it's like, oh wait, there's
Not the
actually a
case.
lot more space here. But this is going to be allowing the teams the opportunity to get themselves looted and then start to consider a rotational path to get themselves into this next phase, choosing a position to move towards. But I'm looking at 1 million here and their options, right? I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided to go for a more southern rotation, sticking to this coastal line, just trying to wrap themselves around and maybe pulling up in towards Puerto or somewhere along those lines.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait until they start their rotational play. But looking at the rest of the lobbies, right, we do see that the players there from leaders are starting to descend a little bit towards that southern edge, moving in. They could actually be pulling in right alongside the players there from Legends of War. And of course, all the way towards the west, is going to be a VST just enjoying Monte Nuevo.
I love that. Monte Nuevo. So good. Now I can say it. But yes, I would love the idea of 1 million taking that southern band rotation, just purely because they would also be putting themselves in a prime position to intercept a lot of the teams moving in through from that western point, potentially trying to make a dash for the coastline, trying to make a dash for a place where they wouldn't have to worry about I guess teams showing up from the water in that case. So opportunities just there for a little bit of a better situation and a setup. One round has already chosen to make that early rotation into the zone as well, and what I'm also finding curious is that leaders have positioned themselves smack bam in between Mad Knights and Blackjack Esports. Legends of War have opted to take that rotation just on the edge to try and rotate. Now back to leaders? What is happening? I feel like they're just rotating in that position now.
I mean, well, we'll have to wait to see how this one plays out. But what we are seeing is that the players from Myth have been able to situate themselves up in towards Minas Generales. We have Wave towards the north. We've got the players from Triple Esports pulling in from that western side, rather. But we also then see the players from Seoul taking a bit of a plunge, rotating down towards Impala. And
wow.
that's going to put them right in front of the players coming through from Darkness. So we could be expecting a little bit of an altercation to come through on that front. But for the time being, we're just waiting to see where everyone's going. Desert Flame, in the meantime, have been able to sneak right by the side there of Slime 4KT, now looking to get themselves situated. And this could be a bit of a favorable rotation now, right? Getting the preemptive plays out of the way, looking for some good ground to cover, good positions to call home. And it does seem like they could be descending down upon Ivar here from Wave.
Oh no. I was going to say, I'm so glad that they made that avoidance, that they did make sure that they got that disengagement running. But you were talking about trucks just knocking on your door. It is not Uber. We can confirm it is Katsa taking a nade to their truck.
Oh, but I mean, I think that was a little bit of a... I'm not quite sure if that was the best decision by Ivar to make, right? That nade did find a bit of damage onto its Flacco, as we saw there. But that, of course, now also alerted Desert Flame to the position of a player here. And this could be now their opportunity to maybe step up and find a quick elimination. But they need to be swift about it, because you can see the rest of the Wave squad moving in to try and fortify and support their teammate.
I'm somewhat trying to encourage this chaos. I'm trying to encourage Wave taking on Desert Flame here, just because I'm somewhat curious to see how this would pan out for them, especially for Desert Flame. Once again, those pivotal moments, those pivotal points that teams need to step up, and they need to ship up, and it is in these types of engagements. So against an opponent like Wave, definitely a huge opportunity for Desert Flame to not only capitalize, get some points, get higher up on the leaderboard, but also take out a pretty good, opponent and get that momentum.
Yeah, but we also see then Desert Flame going for the 3-1 split, right? We do see 6 all the way on the off angle there, and that could be quite a vantage point to be held, as they could see the rest of the Wave team moving towards them. But meanwhile, Wave turning their attention over onto the players from Myth, who've also just quietly snuck up alongside them. So this is Wave taking altercations on several fronts here. And I'm not quite sure how this one's going to pan out, but for the time being, it seems like Wave is able to keep up with it.
Yeah, obviously the concern is that they're stretching themselves too thin, and that if Desert Flame chooses to make that retaliation, chooses to push back, they won't necessarily have the numbers to reinforce that and to actually accustom for that. So we'll see how that's going to work out. For now, looking at Myth, still a little bit in contention. We'll see if they'll be able to get that disengagement. Slimefork AT is also moving in on this territory as we speak.
Yeah, a lot of convergence from these teams coming through up on towards this northern edge of the zone. We see that happening over in towards Impala as well. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a nice snowball effect happening here pretty soon up in the desert. But meanwhile, Six God just capitalizing on that off-angle approach, finding the spray up in towards Zakaria. Up comes the heads though. DWAS looking to move in, find that closure. But Ivar using the opportunity to get themselves repositioned, just slightly disengaging from that upfront assault. And this could be the saving play now, as Wave would be presented with another opportunity to strike down as we see Slime moving in.
Oh, massive from Six God to get that flank coming through and actually be able to execute it. In the meanwhile, Lag, wow, they are taking on 1 million, and they've so far done well to pick up those eliminations. Currently, of course, we've got 1 million sitting on 2 players left. Obviously, as you can see in the form of Senke and Marshall, making that rotation out into the blue and just trying to get out of the situation, leaving behind Lag still in the blue, just still trying to recover their numbers. And oh, look at this Mad Knights beast going down to Legends of War. What is happening?
There we go. There we go. I mean, Legends of War looking to step it up, and they are slowly but surely accomplishing that by finding their first elimination. Well done to them, but they are going to be presented with a few more opportunities to do exactly that, as they are situated relatively close to center zone. But I got to say, you got to give it to the players from Lag that we saw taking that altercation with 1 million. Both teams still having to get themselves moved into this next phase. But look at this, though. Darkness. Zalal just reaching in, finding the sprays. But again, being confronted on several angles, right? We got Mad Knight and the players here from Leaders. And this could be quite a bit of a challenge now coming through for Darkness.
I'm just keeping an eye on that map, and that map is getting crazier and crazier. So yes, multiple fronts, multiple opportunities for these teams to take, some great engagements, pick up some great eliminations, but they are managing a very scary and narrow bridge. You take one misstep, you make one small mistake, one small hesitation, you fall off to that third party, you fall off to that opportunity, unfortunately. So we'll see how they're going to manage this. Darkness, of course, as we know from the beginning, they've been in a prime position, now starting and trying to capitalize with some eliminations here. I'm just curious to see if Legends of War are going to interrupt them. Are they going to start stealing those eliminations from them?
Well, it could be exactly what they have in store for us. As we can see, Legends of War looking to get themselves set up with that rooftop tango. And up comes the sprays now with that Mini 14 over on towards Mad Knight. So quite a bit of a reach coming through here from Lashin. Just capitalizing off of the back of the wall here. But fortunately for Mad Knight, the terrain does save their butts for the time being as they get to reposition and just regroup a little bit further away. Again, that zone is going to be closing up. We are seeing the players from Arab Golden still try to get themselves positioned within the zone. They have instead lost one of their players to the blue, and several challenging plays could still be had here. But the team's not taking such aggressive plunges this time around, right? Being a little bit more respective of the angles here. Yeah. As we can see on towards that northern side, it's going to be Desert Flame one round in pretty close proximity with a little side order of Slime 4KT coming into the mix as well. But that zone are centering up right on top of them, and now this is where the teams could be looking to really unleash their true potential.
Yeah, the teams that you literally just mentioned, they are sitting prime and poised. Zone blessed to the absolute max within the zone and sitting in an opportunity where they can, well, they can relax, they can disengage, they can get themselves in a good position and try and maximize the opportunity they've just been given on a silver platter. The rest of the teams obviously now pushing for those rotations. VST still very far out alongside Triple and Arab Golden, so still plenty of rotations that need to be made here as we see Triple Esports trying to find some beautiful headshots, and they will connect for the time being.
Well, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with a beautiful headshot coming in every now and again, but Arab Golden still having quite a bit of distance to go, as we can see. Even Triple Esports also taking it on foot here, 700 odd meters away from that zone, and that blue zone is going to start moving up just about now, and this is where things get pretty tough, because from that fourth phase onwards, that's where the blue zone is much less than favorable. Of course, now Desert Flame looking to lock in this northern territory. We do see Blackjack Ronald actually running someone over in the meanwhile, and that could be a start to something amazing. But it is quick responses, quick reactions coming through as the shots continue up in the feed. And as we now see, it is going to be Mad Knight and Blackjack trying to kind of duke it out. Phoenix getting a few nades sent in their direction, quickly managing to evade a majority of the carnage here. But Blackjack's still a little bit scattered out.
Yeah, Kingerman are just fishing out. They are just trying to make sure that Phoenix is exposing themselves, trying to get that angle, trying to get that information. And Phoenix obviously desperately trying to get some time here, get the rest of the team an opportunity to catch up, and maybe they can turn the tables here on Mad Knight. But Phoenix, very good distraction for the time being. And the push is going to come through. There's at least going to be one investment here in the form of Kingerman. Fire, though. Be careful. Now, Phoenix, I don't know how long they're going to be able to survive here.
Yeah, not quite sure, though. We also see that fuel can right alongside them, so that could be quite dangerous. But, of course, it is going to be a rush coming through as Kingerman finds a few hits up in towards Phoenix. Phoenix quickly now trying to patch that up in anticipation of this rush. It is going to be a 1v2 push. Up they come. Phoenix just keeping up the defensive plays here. Oh, finds quite a bit of damage. Let's see, will they be able to secure it though? Kingerman, there we go. They secure it, and Wiskola and Kingerman lock in another elimination for the team, now putting on them on a grand total of 3. But now that blue zone comes in play, and this is where things could take quite a bit of a drastic turn. We see Darkness also just situated north of them, waiting in anticipation to see what they will bring on in. But of course, the altercations also erupting up and towards the northern edge of zone.
Oh, absolutely. One round just reaching across towards leaders and Slime 4KT making their rotation, while we can obviously see Legends of War spotting out Arab Golden making a similar trip. That zone has, of course, shifted as well. Mad Knight, in the meantime, of course, we know is out as Darkness got that revenge there for Phoenix. So, you know what? It works around. It works around.
Yeah, it all pays off at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Angelo just going to be dipping, diving, and dodging the bullets, the sprays as they come on through. It's going to be Raouf now trying to keep it up, rushing on in, applying a bit of that pressure. But Sin in the turn then finds them, and off they go. It now turns to Omar. Let's see whether or not Omar will be able to keep it up. No, down they go. Arab Golden locks it in and sends Seoul Esports back in 15th place with 1 elimination to their name.
Wow, okay. The turnaround is there, obviously, but definitely an interesting surprise is coming through from these engagements. Now, Leaders Esports moving in on that territory as well. A little bit split up, but they will hopefully condense that situation quite soon. One round as well. Very, very split up as they're trying to manage all of these angles, all of these teams rotating on in and seeing if they can pick up, you know, a free elimination here or there. Now, in the meantime, Lag just making a little bit of a dash through Darkness territory.
Oh, look at that, though. Fantasy finding that assist there, coming in with the sprays. That's going to be what you need to do. But, of course, Darkness, you can see, having the rest of their squad situated on that very edge of zone alongside Sin. And this has been quite a bit of a turn of the tables here, right? The tables have been shaking as the teams continue to apply the pressure. Leaders also yet to rotate in. Lag also now mobilizing themselves, starting to push. But this could be that position of capitalization coming through now for Legends of War. We can see them just on the edge of that southern zone. and maybe they could find a bit of a spray down, but also lag. About to meet up with 1 million. Looking at the zone itself, right? Triple Esports and VST looking absolutely golden at this point in time.
Yeah, what I love is that across the board, we're getting that back and forth, right? It's not just one team running away the eliminations. There's that constant trade-off. There's that constant sort of just revenge play, if you want to take it that far, that is enabling these teams to really fight for the finish. Darkness now obviously looking for Sin, popping some nades, making some beautiful connections, and that does mean that Arab Golden will be sent back to the lobby, but we still have 13 teams left in these 4 phases, so plenty of opportunities. As soon as you finish with the one, there's another lurking around in the midst.
Yeah, loving this continuation on the engagements coming through, as we can see, right? Leaders just ahead of Iron here, who's already shown us how confident they are with those utilities. Meanwhile, 1 million will get eliminated there as Senke gets taken down. Up comes the rush, though. It is going to be Fantasy with a bit of a jump shot on towards Lashin. And this is now TEAMLAG looking to show the aggression onto Legends of War. But Flick, positioned up high, is going to be pressurized as the utilities get sent up. Powerboy a little bit further away. Mowing being quite a distance away. This is not really the approach you want to take, but they are going to be looking to keep up the defensive as the blue zone swoops on forward once again, taking us over into our 5th phase. We do have the blaze there from Darkness now also getting taken on down, but look at this. Powerboy steps up, finds a bit of a spray, but gets taken on down. And now all the hopes gets pushed over onto Flick and Mowing, looking to see if they can piece it back together.
Oh, HPs are dropping. We even have Slime 4KT busy getting a little bit of a beating thanks to 1 round. And we'll keep an eye out to see what's going to happen with those 2 teams. Even Desert Flames getting involved in these altercations. VST's jumping into the action. So now Fantasy out in the open. Flick moving on through is not even going to make the trip thanks to VST. And now Zuxi in the midst of the explosions, in the midst of chaos, still looking for that confirmation on towards Irving. Is going to send a beautiful nade. Is going to connect though.
The answer to that is unfortunately no, right? Mowing being able to survive that, but it's going to be lag to get taken down very, very early on, right? A very swift sweep coming through there as they get eliminated. Mowing still going to be holding on for dear life. VST going to be looking to prioritize their position as they now start heading more towards the western edge. Blackjack off in the distance, just being able to secure themselves a bit of an anchor point moving in. Up comes 1 round, rushing on forward. Escanor getting traded on down. E-Flex now the final hopeful left to try and make some form of contention happen here as they move further afield. The shots continue to come in, and it is going to be Morteza locking in that elimination and sending out even more players.
Good work for Slime4KT for just turning it around towards 1 round, getting a few of their players as well. And now, well, they're the ones who got out of that unscathed, relatively. They're still alive. And Cow sitting within the zone, holding a position here for Pronto as he bleeds out of the zone. Leaders sitting with 3 players. Rotations heading towards those zones, but not quite there. They're still distracted by these stragglers. Legends of War, Myth, out in the open, not yet in zone. And they need to get some sort of pathing to get into the zone relatively unscathed.
Well, let's be honest, it does seem like leaders are looking to replicate their efforts once again, wanting to bring in another substantial game once more. It is going to be Legends of War, however, to get taken on down as Mowing falls. And now as we move on to the place here from Myth, we can see them trying to squeeze in on this eastern side. But it's going to be Slime4KT's Cow and Desert Flame kind of putting a halt to that potential play. We got DWAS right on the front line alongside Mr. Cow there. Up comes the nade. Is this going to be the one to close it off? Will this be the end of Slime4KT on Miramar? And for today, so far, not finding the necessary damage or any damage for that point. Let's see where this will go. VST now also getting dealt a bit of a challenging hand over on towards that western side. But Desert Flames still trying to keep their position strong as the shots continue to rain down on towards Myth as well.
Yeah, the only competitors really for Desert Flame in terms of numbers is Triple Esports, as you can see, hunkered down in these buildings with some beautiful hardcover, but it's out of the zone. They need to make a push for it, and Desert Flame, in the meanwhile, they're sitting quite pretty, taking a few couple of beautiful shots there towards, Leaders Esports, now confirmed 2 knocked and busy bleeding out, and, well, there's no point to stop at this point, right?
Well, who knows, right? It does seem like Desert Flame are really putting in a lot of effort to secure themselves even more points here. They still have all 4 players in the game. Yes, there is a knock on Klasa, but they are not down just yet. Meanwhile, Myth also still rocking 3 players. We can see them just situated on the very edge of that zone. Having quite a bit of a challenging position to try and play at here, right? No clear line to get themselves situated back in that zone. Meanwhile, leaders will not succeed in replicating their efforts. Instead, they get taken down in 8 players, as we saw there, walking away with 9 points in total to their name. VST now also getting eliminated. And out comes the rush from Myth, looking to make this play work out. And this is going to be the one to count as the shots continue. And Buden, our birthday boy from yesterday, just coming in with some, or not yesterday, 2 days ago. It feels like yesterday. Either which way, it is going to be Desert Flame still just keeping the pressure so high.
It's going to be Desert Flame also being our elimination leaders currently. Now you curse you curse the birthday boy. Look what you did. Hal coming on through, and as a solo for Slime 418, taking out 2. What is this? Not just the DBS master, but we're bringing in the M4 action of note. We are talking about Desert Flames opportunities for taking this further, almost in shambles, thanks to one solo from Slime 4KT.
Oh, look at the plays, though. I mean, this is Cow just absolutely erupting, finding knock upon knock there. Beautiful plays coming through. The gun skills being absolutely insane. But now, it's going to be the final opportunity here for 6 to maybe find a bit of a play. We got Triple also just lurking on the very edge. Could this be the play now? The one to lock it in. It is going to be a 1v1. Desert Flame versus Slime 4KT. And Slime succeeds as Cal finds yet another hit. And with that, it eliminates the entirety of Desert Flame. The players there from Wave feeling a bit of a sting come through, as we can see them now down to 2 hopefuls, just riding on the very edge towards that northwestern side. But Triple looking absolutely golden. All 4 players still in the play here. Let's see, could this be their winner with a chicken dinner up for grabs?
Triple Esports looking primed and ready, poised for this winner chicken dinner once again today, this time on Miramar, just looking for the stragglers. Wave Esports, of course, placing quite a bit of a threat, and now with Cal confirmed out, which has been quite a threat already, thankfully they will only have to set their sights on Rhino and Iva as they try and hide. Already a knock comes through.
Oh, this could be the play now. Triple looking to double it up. Here they come. They've got the numbers. They've got a 1 player standing between them and that winner chicken. The spray's connecting up. Quite a bit of damage being dealt on towards Ivar. Quickly ducking in behind some hard cover, trying to patch it up, but super low on health as the shots connect. It is going to be Black 7 to close it up. And with that, securing the 2nd victory for Triple Esports right here today. The first chicken coming in on Erangel. The second one coming in over on Miramar. And what a way to end the day.
I'm loving the performances from these teams coming on through. We've had such a surprising set of teams step to the plate, step to the challenge, and absolutely thrive. Again, Cow just literally coming through and taking out the entirety of Desert Flame when they were looking ready and poised for their first winner chicken dinner. No. Not going to happen. Thanks. That's what Cow said. You know, and he didn't even use DBS. He just needed an M4.
Yeah. I mean, who needs a DBS, right? If your name's Cow, you can do whatever you want. Just let it rip and take down 3 players from Desert Flame in the process. But what a play that was coming through from Slime 4KT. But we have to commend the players coming through from Triple Esports, right? We know the first chicken dinner they secured, they walked away with 7 eliminations. This time around, almost hitting those double digits, stopping on 9. Well, not that they stopped on 9, but that was all they were able to find. But of course, let's take a look at our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to secure coming in our final game of the day. As we can see then, of course, it is going to be Triple Esports walking away with 24 points to their name.
Oh, I love this. This is some different level of consistency. Picking up 2 winner chicken dinners in a day. They almost, trying to replicate 1 million's performances in the past couple of days. So they're the ones that are going to be taking those 2 winner chicken dinners, followed by Wave Esports, which is very exciting for me. I'm very happy to see them here, as well as Slime 4KT, and of course, Desert Flame Esports. The teams that we have been begging and asking to step up to bring that performance. Man, today was the day we've been waiting for, DK.
Yeah, I definitely have to give it to Desert Flame on that one, locking in those 6 eliminations, really doing very, very great things for them. I mean, leaders came so close, 8, but only falling too early in this game. It's unfortunate, but it is the way it is. Let's take a look at that second page to see where the teams find themselves. And as we can see, it is going to be TEAMLAG coming in with the 5 eliminations, locked in on 6 points. VST Darkness hot on their heels there with 4. Then, of course, we got Mad Knight, 1 round, Arab Golden Soul, and surprisingly enough, 1 million getting sent back empty-handed.
Yeah, look, today has been very weird because we keep putting the weirdest names on these second to last pages because, again, the competition is just shaping up. We said that the bar was set and we said that the teams needed to meet that expectation. They needed to meet that challenge, and they have literally just proven that within only a day of rest. They have come back with an absolutely fiery performance, and that's what I love about PMPL Africa. I love that this region not only has the capability to adapt so quickly, but not only do they have that ability already, but they showcase it in the most beautiful storyline, and they bring that action and that entertainment.
Well, before we close up today's proceedings, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back afterwards.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa full season for 2022. CK with me there's Proxy, and we've been taking you through an absolutely action-packed day. We've seen the players there from Triple Esports picking up their second winner with a chicken dinner in this last game of the day over on towards Miramar. And we've had an absolutely phenomenal performance across the board again from the teams stepping up and just keeping the pressure as high as they can manage it.
Absolutely, and they've stepped up to the plate. As we mentioned, they've stepped up to the bar, and they've shown us that they are ready to take on the challenge of PMPL Africa full season. So at this point in time, I'm just going to keep asking for teams to just, show up. I want more performances. I want Legends of War next.
Yeah, of course, speaking about the teams, let's take a look and see what our overall point situation is at the end of day 3, as the teams have now all played their 12 matches. There is going to be 1 million still holding on to pole position, but not with such a big lead anymore, right? That gap is now close to 16 points. So Titan Gaming really applying a lot of pressure coming through here. We see Slime just 1 point away, sitting up in that 3rd place. And then a little bit further down, not too far away, is going to be the players there from Leader Esports, as well as Triple Esports. And VST Gaming still remains on this first page, the only team that has not yet had the opportunity to find a winner chicken dinner. And of course, Team Myth and Soul Esports just on the very verge of hitting into those triple digits.
Running with those 99 points, just twinning there towards the end. We can take a look at the second page to see how close these rankings are from 8th up until 9th and continued. Of course, 99 to 98, Wave Esports sits themselves in 9th position. And our final top 12, so currently, is Blackjack Esports Virtual Gaming and One Round, who have made an appearance, which is really good to see. They've been quite consistent, they've been quite aggressive, and been challenging 1 million's position today. So the one action has continued. Arab Golden as well, I feel like they have definitely made their appearance today. They haven't been as subtle as what we've seen in the previous days. They've definitely been making some huge noise on the scene, especially just being an irritation to some of the teams in their rotations.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Arab Golden, they've found a few more eliminations today. I think they're sitting on a total of 5 so far for the day. Definitely they are showing to be a lot more proficient with regards to placement points. So ideally moving into tomorrow, we could see them honing it a little bit more, putting a little bit more focus onto the aggression side. Because once they're able to bring the balance in on that side, we could definitely see them being moved much further up these overall standings. But I have to agree with you, it's good to see the players there from Mad Knight also just, kind of keeping the pressure up, sitting on this on the second page. But now as we move over onto the 3rd page, this is where we can see the efforts being brought through, right? Zero Tolerance, Darkness, Desert Flame, Legends of War, definitely starting to pick up momentum. They are starting to get there. Zero Tolerance coming into today, they were sitting up in 15th place, but of course they've now been caught up by the performances coming through there from TEAMLAG that started off the day over in 16th. Darkness, Desert Flame, Legends of War, going to be looking to see what they'll bring to the battlefield tomorrow, because if they continue to just grow the way that they've been growing from this day 2 up into today, tomorrow could be a really good day for them. You could potentially see those much needed points being locked in and secured coming into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely. And of course, because of super young stars and their performance, they've also, assisted Zero Tolerance in falling to that last page, because they definitely stepped up. They did what we needed them to. On that last one of those Erangels, I think it was the first Erangel that we saw there towards the bunkers positions, they were fighting, they were holding their ground, they weren't letting up on the pressure that they were applying to their the competitors around them, and that really made them a massive competitor, and which is why we find them at least jumping up a couple of placement points. They're not quite yet in top 12, but it's a good start for the day. And I feel like that's been the theme for a lot of these teams today. Is this Friday, this would have been a super weekend day. This is the point that these teams have stepped up and said, okay, well, it's still week 1, phase 1, and we need to bring that action. And they did that beautifully.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. The teams really bring in some very satisfying plays again. But what I'm looking towards to see tomorrow, right? Today has been our midway marker. Tomorrow is going to be day 4. And I'm expecting the teams to come in even more aggressively tomorrow, expecting a lot harder of a push to come through as the teams are starting to run out of time to try and secure themselves in those top 12 positions, right? We know the teams that find themselves in the top 12 at the end of this week are going to be playing that additional game over on Livik to have another opportunity to get those bonus points improved, right? Because every team's going to get bonus points. It just comes down to where they finish to determine how many bonus points they are going to be getting. Starting off at 20 bonus points at the most, all the way down to 1 for the team situated in 20th position. So there's still going to be that final opportunity for teams to improve their overall point situation itself.
Absolutely. And I again, I can't stress how crazy it is that we can actually bring those points and the efforts that the teams, bring in these league phases to assist them within the finals. Up until now, it's been, okay, just keep good. Just keep at a level that you can qualify for the finals. Now it's no, you need to be better, because if you are better, you can set yourself up for a finals weekend that is going to be potentially one of your most explosive until now. You're going to be able to start in a manner in which that you've never been able to before. You're going to be able to surprise your opponents like Virtual Gaming did in previous seasons. So it's fantastic that we have this opportunity for the teams, and I'm so interested to see what that first week of bonus points is going to turn out to be.
Yeah, and I mean, we had quite a few teams stepping up to the plate here today. We had Leaders Esports bring in an absolutely insane performance. Wave also, bringing in a few shocks alongside that. Virtual Gaming also stepping it up. They did so in our first Miramar of the day. And then, of course, we also did see the players from Legends of War bring in a successful performance there alongside the players from Blackjack. All these teams securing themselves a decent amount of points. And tomorrow is going to be yet another opportunity for the teams to continue on with that momentum, continue to push those standings, continue to push those points, and see just how far they can get themselves. I think it's going to be an absolutely exciting one once more. But as we know, moving into tomorrow, we are going to be changing up the map order once again. Today, we had 2 back-to-back Erangels, followed up by 2 back-to-back Miramars. And tomorrow it will be an entirely different play. As we can see the teams going at it, we are going to be starting the day off on Erangel, followed up by a little bit of that Miramar action. But then we have 2 more Erangels to come. So tomorrow is going to be 3 Erangels. So this is going to be an opportunity for teams that are quite successful on Erangel to really bank on that.
Yes, I mean, I'm looking at Triple Esports, who jumped in today with a fantastic performance. I'm looking at the teams that really brought their best foot forward on Erangel, like Titan Gaming, once again, making a splash, making an entrance that we haven't seen since day one. Those teams are going to have absolutely prime and ready opportunities. And of course, the question is, what's 1 million also going to be doing about it? How are they going to be fitting in this puzzle? Because as we know, they started off this first week with the craziest record by getting both the first and last winner chicken dinner of the day 2 days in a row, which is ridiculous.
Well, close, right? It was chicken dinner 1 and the last one on day 1, and then they got the last chicken dinner on day 2, but they finished at the top of the standings on the match rankings for our very first game. They came in second place, but they played a super aggressive game. But of course, on those, we are going to be ending it right here for the evening. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. We look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow as we continue with our 4th day of the first week for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Full Split. Stay tuned. I'll see you guys back again.